Probably have to move up. There's Paula. Hello.
Hey, Jennifer. How are you?
I am fantastic. Thanks for joining us. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's my honor. It's great to be here virtually with all of you.
Well, this is going to be fun because it's 20 classes that people need to attend, right? To plan. So you're our kickoff starter. So
All right.
I'm excited.
Well, thanks. It's great to be with you guys, really.
Thank
And the
you.
whole thing around Elderworks, you guys do such great innovative programming, so it's
Just
wonderful.
wait, we got something else coming up early next year that's going to be groundbreaking.
Excellent. I look forward to it. You
Yeah,
better let
it'll be
me
fun.
know.
I will.
All right. I love it.
Oh, I better move my camera down a little. I had to
So-
move up because there's a green screen behind me, and so I'm like in the camera.
So how many people do you think are attending virtually?
No clue. We had
You
about
can't-
70 signed up, but we have the live stream, so we're hoping that we get hundreds to thousands, hopefully. But this will be up for a year, so.
Oh, I see. Okay. But you really can't tell exactly then how
No.
many or it's wild.
That would be nice. If you can help us with that, that'd be great.
Hey, that I even got this to work is pretty amazing. Just saying. Unbelievable.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to Elderwerks Aging Better Expo. Woohoo! It's a week long of learning, fun. Hopefully you learn enough to plan for your futures because that's kind of the goal. Today we have Paula Basta, who is the director of the Illinois Department on Aging. She is fantastic. She's an advocate for every senior in Illinois, and she also has. She actually answers emails and phone calls, which is a miracle in itself, right? So Paula was appointed the director of the Illinois Department on Aging in March of 2019, becoming the 13th director and 7th woman to lead the agency. As a lifelong advocate for the care and treatment of senior citizens, Paula brings her institutional knowledge of senior services, policy, and social justice to lead the Illinois Department on Aging. Paula has over 40 years of experience, working with older adults. The first 20 years of Paula's career was spent in the field of aging for not-for-profit organizations such as Housing Opportunities and Maintenance for the Elderly, also known as HOME, HOME. While at HOME, Paula was named executive director following the retirement of its founders and remained in that role for 5 years before embarking on a 20-year career in government. Welcome, Paula.
Hey, hi, everybody. Good morning. Oh, my gosh, here we are. Jennifer, this is great. Like I just said earlier, great to see you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Virtually, because that is the new way to be in the world, at least for right now. Although we're turning the curve, we're turning the tide, but this is really wonderful. So again, welcome everybody, and good morning. Thank you again to Elderworks for putting on this amazing day, amazing couple of days, really, and the Aging Better Expo, which is really about planning for your future, but planning for it today. So I think that's just timely and perfect to do. Again, Jennifer, I want to thank you and your team. You've been great to work with. So happy that I could be part of it. Just kicking it off today. I know that later on you're going to have grooving to the tunes, which I love. I'm a boomer myself, so I'm all about it. You're going to be having fun and learning opportunities. You're going to have all the local experts coming on, and then doing presentations about things that I know the Illinois Department on Aging is all about. And that is, how do we age health? How do we age well? How do we age healthy in a healthy way? And also get all the resources and the information you need in order to do that going forward. As you said, I'm the director of the Illinois Department on Aging. The Illinois Department on Aging is one of 22 state agencies throughout Illinois, and we are in charge of providing services to older Illinoisans throughout the state. Our mission at IDOA is to simply keep people healthy and to keep them well and in their own homes for as long as possible. So we were created as an agency in 1973. And we have a comprehensive service delivery system that's available to our 2.8 million older adults in the state of Illinois currently. So I hope that you know that we're out there working every single day throughout the state of Illinois in a variety of ways to help keep all of you healthy, safe, and well, and making sure that you have what you need for your independence, for the dignity that you deserve, and for a high quality of life. Because we know for a fact our population is growing older. We know that we want to have fuller lives. We want to make sure that we ensure that seniors have what they need to do that so that you can be comfortable and stay independent. And I know that's a key. Things like today, things like what Jennifer, your team at Elderwerks is doing, is all of what it's about in order to stay engaged and healthy. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, probably, but these past 17 months have been terribly difficult with COVID. I can tell you that we've done, as an aging network, amazing work throughout the state to try and keep you all healthy and safe in your homes, even as we've had to close things down like senior centers, congregate dining sites. But now that we have the vaccine, now that things are slowly starting to open up again, and I hope you know that you should get vaccinated. It's the only way we're going to get to the other end of this pandemic. But I hope you know that we're trying to start to open things up again slowly but safely, and we want to do it in a manner that is really thinking about how you all want to be safe in the world as well. So you're going to, if you're going to be indoors, we're going to ask people to wear masks. We're going to make sure that you social distance. You're going to make sure that you stay safe, that you stay healthy, and that you stay engaged, because truly that's how it is. This is what the virtual world is teaching us, right? This is what doing this Elderworks workshops the next couple days is going to teach you: how to stay engaged, how to stay well, answering questions, hearing the experts come and talk about what it's going to take. So I also want to talk about how the Department on Aging delivers these services throughout the state, and that's in a variety of ways. The two big areas is our community care program, and that's done through our care coordination units. And the other big area is our area agencies on aging, or what's called our AAAs. And we have 13 area agencies on aging, or AAAs as we call them, throughout the state. So basically, wherever you're living, and I know you're all out throughout the state, I think mostly in the suburban area, maybe even Chicagoland, wherever you are watching this and you need some kind of services that you think the state should be offering or can offer, two ways you can access where it is that you think you can get services. One way would be to call our 1-800 number. And I'm going to say that number right now, and maybe Jennifer, you and your team can put it up somewhere in the chat or wherever. But it's 1-800-252-8966, 1-800-252-8966. And that's to go ahead and call and see if, in fact, you need a service, and basically you want to say, thanks, Jennifer. If you want to say, hey, I live in LaGrange and I need to find out, how can I get a benefit access application? Or I want to get my driver's license renewed with a senior center discount or a licensed driver discount. Whatever you need, you can call that number. Also, if you need a home delivered meal. Also, if you need to get in touch with your area agency on aging. Also, if you maybe need an in-home service provider. All the things that you really need, that's our one-stop shop to do it. But our area agencies on aging, especially in the suburban areas, the two biggest are Age Options and Age Guide. So I want to make sure I give them a shout out. I want you to know that they're working hard for you all every single day. So I want you to know that those resources are out there for you. Like I said, we do the community care programs throughout the state. We have over 100,000 seniors that we're having in-home workers come to every day to assist in how to keep them healthy and in their own homes. We have the adult protective services. If you in fact think or know of someone who unfortunately is being abused, neglected, or taken financially advantage of, anything to do with adult protective services, we run that program as well. If you have loved ones in nursing homes, and you would like to have, and there's some advocacy issue that you need done for someone in a nursing home, we have our state ombudsman program, which in essence also covers the state. And these folks in the ombudsman program are advocates for residents in each and every single long-term care facility. And that's, again, throughout the state. I talked about the benefit access application program. That's for seniors 65 and older, or disabled folks 16 to 64. And then we have a host of other older adult programs that are offered through our area agencies on aging. And again, depending where you live, you have a different area agency on aging. If you're in the city of Chicago, it is the Department of Family and Support Services, or as we call DFSS, Department of Family and Support Services. If it's in the suburban areas and right outside of Cook County, but still in Cook County, it's going to be Age Options. And Age Options is a terrific area agency on aging. And if you're out there a little bit further west and north, it's going to be Age Guide. And Age Guide has a lot of the counties around that area as well. And then there's other AAAs that are also all over the state. I encourage you to please go up on our website, check us out, see if there's anything you need as far as information. Again, I want to jump and say that I really hope everybody's getting vaccinated. I have to say that in the state of Illinois, we are over 90% vaccinated for older adults, 60 and older. So give yourselves a big pat on the back and make sure you know that, woohoo, we're doing a great job. But we have to convince all of our younger folks, too, that they need to get vaccinated as well. So I hope you know to do that. I hope you know how to do that. If you're not sure about the vaccine, please talk to your own physician and make sure that you get all the answers that you have or questions that you have, get answers to, that you get the information you need in order to get vaccinated. I want to make sure that you know our website is www.illinois.gov/aging. That's www.illinois.gov/aging. I hope you'll go ahead and go there right to get all kinds of answers to your questions around statewide services to seniors. I also want to make sure you have Age Options phone number. I'm going to give that to you right now. It's 1-800-699-9043. That's 1-800-699-9043. And I also want to make sure that you know that we serve, the area agencies on aging have been serving over 500,000 people even in a year. So we've really tried to change how we've done services, kind of like Elderwerks, going from live in person to virtual, which is somewhat the future. But we also know that we still need to see one another, and hopefully as we get healthy and vaccinated and out there again, we want to make sure that you know we're there for you. However you think you could access our services or need our services, please know that we are there. Not sure, Jennifer, if you want me to say more. I'm actually happy to talk more or answer questions, whatever you need.
I don't see any questions, but I have a few questions because, I always have questions.
Which I love. I love that.
Yes, I do. You're like me. We like to learn. So
absolutely.
My question is this. We have a lot of trouble in Illinois finding transportation in the suburbs for our older adults and seniors to go to appointments, and they may not be within like 5-10 miles. So it's very expensive for them to get anywhere. Do you have a good suburban network other than like PACE? I know PACE is one of your providers, but are there any other options?
So PACE is definitely our providers. Again, I would reach out to the area agencies on aging and talk about transportation. They also are working with our care coordination units because we had, since the pandemic, the Department on Aging started a fund called the Emergency Senior Services Fund, or ESS. And in that fund, we specifically targeted transportation as one of our major issues because we know, especially in the suburban areas, but also in our rural areas, that transportation was a huge issue. So those funds through ESS are distributed through our care coordination units, but your AAAs will have the care coordination contact units. They'll have that number that they can help work with you on as far as who it is that needs that kind of transportation.
I appreciate that because it's very difficult to Elderwerks has a lot of resources, and we do refer obviously to Age Guide and Age Options and all of the other departments on aging. They're awesome providers. So that is good to know.
Yeah, the AAAs are definitely all connected as far as, the local. And if in fact their care coordination unit can access some senior services funds for transportation, they're happy to.
Excellent. And then there's Social Security Administration has been behind on the applications and such. So when people are filling out their Medicare forms, because they're new Medicare recipients, they're getting delays with the Social Security Administration. Do you know how backed up that is? Are they getting caught up at all?
I have no idea, and I'm sorry to say, because it's the federal government has that program, I don't want to speak out of turn. I think many times what I've noticed is many of our Congress people have been really on it to try and advocate for us. I also know, for Social Security, I also know the U.S. Postal Service has been having problems. I know that some of the federal programs have been overwhelmed because everything has happened because of the pandemic these past 17 months with people getting sick. And so there's been a lot of, just a backlog, right, of all kinds of services and service deliveries. So I would suggest we reach out to, and we're happy to, if you want to just call me back and we can work out something about our federal partners, happy to do that.
That would be fabulous, because I know that we've had a lot of calls about that. And we normally get calls about housing and care, not typically Medicare. So we're like, oh, well, maybe we should look into this.
Agreed. But I also like to have our strong partnerships with our Congress people are sort of key here, because they have that federal communication line, which is helpful.
Right. Well, thank you so much for coming on today. We appreciate it. You are one of our favorite humans.
Love it. I love you all.
Thank you.
I'm actually, after I leave you guys, I'm off to Springfield and don't forget, the state fair is going on. We start Thursday, August 12th is the kickoff. Monday, August 16th is Senior Day at the State Fair. We'll all be there. So come and see us. It's a free day for seniors. Love you guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye, Paula.
Take good care. Bye.
Bye. Our next presentation is sponsored by Peck Ritchey, Elderwerks Gold sponsor for our Expo this week. Kerry Peck is the founder and partner at Peck Ritchey. Please welcome Kerry Peck.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kerry Peck, the law firm Peck Ritchey. I want to welcome you to Elderwerks Aging Better Expo, Planning Your Future Today. My topic today is a discussion regarding surrogacy, the decision makers, and the lack of planning. What happens when you don't plan? Next slide, please. So today we're going to talk about the objectives of our presentation. We're going to discuss the role estate planning documents play in healthcare decision making. We're going to talk about what legal steps should be taken to protect one's physical and financial needs. We're going to talk about the tips to avoid guardianship proceedings and to prevent family disputes about decision making. In addition, we're going to talk about information and provide you information regarding wills, powers of attorney, and trusts. So, as we discuss estate planning, excuse me, the overview really is, what is estate planning? And the basics of estate planning are, we're going to evaluate what documents you should have. Should they be updated? Should you get new ones? Or should you get documents if you've never had any? Estate planning really is designed to gather your assets, pay your debts, and distribute your property. But it's also designed to prevent future family disputes about decision making and significantly avoid what I call a lifetime probate proceeding, which is a guardianship. Next slide, please. So why do we do estate planning? Well, historically, we do estate planning for a lot of different reasons. Certainly the first is to distribute assets upon our death. We want to do advanced planning for the management of our financial affairs in the event of our sudden incapacity or long-term incapacity, maybe a downward slope in someone afflicted with Alzheimer's disease. In addition, we do estate planning to do advanced planning for healthcare decision-making. So do you want life support at the end of your life? End of life decision-making needs to be addressed while you are competent and can make that decision in planning your estate. Notably, one of the significant reasons that we do estate planning and use a revocable living trust is the avoidance of a post-death probate. In Illinois, we have two types of probate. One is a lifetime probate determination. Does an individual need a third-party decision maker? And the second type of probate is a post-death probate. After death, and most people are familiar with that one. After death, do we need a court proceeding to gather our assets, pay our debts, and distribute our property? You're going to hear me talk about that quite a bit today. We also, in conjunction with good estate planning, can do estate tax planning to reduce or eliminate taxes at both the state of Illinois level and the United States federal government level. Both entities, the state and the feds, assess tax based upon asset and estate valuation. And finally, one of the reasons we do estate planning is to do asset protection, if we can do that in conjunction with the estate planning itself. So a basic component of an estate plan is a last will and testament. Significantly, a last will and testament has no validity, none, until someone dies. We frequently get calls from someone who says, "Hi, Carrie, I'm Uncle Joe's executor, and Uncle Joe won't do what I want." And I say to the caller, "Well, you've told me Uncle Joe is still alive. As executor, you have no authority whatsoever during Uncle Joe's lifetime. Wills are operative only upon death." That contrasts dramatically with the revocable living trust and with powers of attorney, which have validity and are operative during lifetime. So a will direct payment of debts / expenses. It directs the distribution of the estate upon death. Typically, we distribute our assets to our family, our friends, and charities. And don't forget, your will is a public document. Contrast that again with a revocable living trust, which is a private document. The law requires in Illinois that you file a will post-death within 30 days of an individual's passing. Thus, everyone can see how much money you have or don't have if your only dispositive instrument in an estate plan is a will. Now, again, I want to contrast a will to a living trust. A living trust is a device that's primarily used to avoid probate. In Illinois, if you die with assets in your name alone in excess of $100,000, the law requires that we open a post-death probate estate in the county in which you were a resident of when you passed away. A living trust allows us to avoid that post-death probate. A living trust during lifetime allows us to provide for your disability. Should you become disabled, you've named someone else, a successor trustee, to manage your assets during your lifetime without the necessity of that lifetime probate, a guardianship case. You recall I already talked about lifetime probate and post-death probate. So the use of a living trust eliminates the necessity of both a lifetime probate, and a post-death probate. So when you create a revocable living trust, you are called the settlor. And the settlor transfers assets into the trust for the benefit of the settlor and the trustee, usually one and the same. You name yourself trustee so you don't lose control of your assets. And this type of transfer into the revocable living trust allows for the use of those assets during your lifetime and the use of your assets post-death after you pass away by your family. So as I mentioned earlier, it allows for incapacity planning. We name a successor trustee. I name myself the Kerry Peck Revocable Living Trust, dated July 1st, 2021. Should I become disabled or die, I name Jane Doe to be my successor trustee. Easily manageable, easily accomplished. We can administer a revocable living trust in our conference room. There's no necessity to go to court. That eliminates expense, time delay, and judicial intervention for perhaps the sale of the marital home or assets of that nature. So a revocable living trust provides, again, for the distribution of the trust assets to your friends, your family, or the charities. And as I mentioned, and I'm saying on purpose, again, because it's so significant, a revocable living trust is a private document. Need not be filed in the Circuit Court of Cook County or wherever you die a resident of. Next slide, please. So what's an advance directive? An advance directive, in large measure, we refer to advance directives as powers of attorney. In Illinois, we again have two types of powers of attorney. One, power of attorney for healthcare. Two, power of attorney for property. In Illinois, statutorily, those documents are what we call durable powers of attorney. Why? Because the durability of a power of attorney in Illinois allows it to remain valid and allows it to be used should you become disabled, should you become cognitively impaired, unable to manage your own affairs. You have an agent standing in your shoes. Powers of attorney are based on the agency relationship, principal agency, not the principal of a school. I'm the principal, and I named Jennifer to be my agent to manage my either healthcare decisions or my property decisions. Property is a generic term, doesn't mean exclusively real estate, to make decisions for me when I'm no longer able to make decisions on my own. So who makes decisions for adults? Well, a competent adult person, patient, if you're in the hospital, makes their own decisions. A patient is presumed to have decisional capacity without regard to age. Now, of course, that changes if a doctor concludes that the patient lacks decisional capacity. The medical community uses the term decisional capacity, and the legal community generally uses the term competency. So until a diagnosis is confirmed and the court appoints a guardian, it's kind of a murky territory as to someone wanting to help with decision making. That's why we need to do advanced planning. Don't do crisis last minute planning. It's often too late. Sometimes people lack the mental capacity to do documents, or they physically can't do it, or there are a variety of issues in between. It's important to do advanced planning. So, basics. Again, Estate planning basics. We talked about a will. We talked about a revocable living trust. We've talked about durable powers of attorney for healthcare and property. We're going to talk about that further. And you must have the competency to sign. So in Illinois, when you do a will, a trust, you need to have testamentary capacity. You need to be able to understand you are creating an estate plan, a will. You need to be able to recite the nature and extent of your assets, which means I have a stock account at Merrill Lynch. I have a bank account at Citibank, et cetera, et cetera. I own a 4-flat. I own a 2-flat. You need to be able to recite your assets. You also need to be able to recite your family, who are, the legal term is, natural objects of your bounty. So you need to be able to say, who is my family? And you also need to know and have the capacity to form a plan in your mind regarding your estate plan. This is probably the most difficult and most controversial and litigated issue. Did the individual have the mental capacity to form a plan in their mind regarding their estate plan? Next slide. So that's a picture of the Doublemint twins. And as I mentioned earlier, we're now in the specifics: a power of attorney, a legal document granting authority, again, by the principal to the agent, to someone whom you trust to act for you. Certain circumstances, in essence, your legal clone. Choose someone to act as your agent that loves you more than they love your money. Very important. Your agent has a lot of power. Next slide, please. So a power of attorney for healthcare. Why do we want it? Why do we use it? What is it? Power of attorney for healthcare appoints an agent to make healthcare decisions for you when you are unable to make them yourself. Healthcare power of attorney gives your agent the general directives that they must follow, but gives them flexibility. It's important when you name an agent to make decisions for your healthcare that you discuss with that agent what it is that you want relative to end-of-life treatment. Do you want to be on a ventilator? Certainly during COVID-19, the issue of an individual being on a ventilator hit us all right smack dab in the face. Did you want to be on a ventilator? Did your agent know? Do you not want to be on a ventilator? Illinois power of attorney for healthcare requires you determine if you want to be an organ donor. Which organs do you want to donate? Things of that nature. Critically important issues that you must discuss with your agent. Now, your agent also has access under the power of attorney for healthcare to HIPAA-protected information. Today, we are overwhelmed every time you interact with a doctor or a doctor's office. All you hear is HIPAA, H-I-P-P-A. Okay? HIPAA is HIPAA protected. Well, your agent can get HIPAA protected information. Notably, unlike a power of attorney for property, power of attorney for healthcare can be revoked regardless of mental capacity. I think this is an aberration in the law, but an individual who is mentally disabled can revoke a power of attorney for healthcare. That's not the case, power of attorney for property. Next slide, please. So power of attorney for property, once again, principal agency relationship. I named Jennifer to manage my property. And again, property doesn't mean exclusively real estate. It means generically my assets. If I appoint an agent to manage my assets during my lifetime, I am setting myself up to avoid a lifetime probate, a guardianship determination, a determination that I need a third-party decision maker. Use of this document can avoid that. It's especially useful to manage assets that we cannot own jointly. For example, HSA accounts, IRAs, retirement accounts, and property that is not put into your revocable living trust. Next slide, please. So we attorneys are constantly asked to make assessments regarding a client's capacity. We need to assess their cognitive ability. We're not going to make a diagnosis, Jane Doe suffers from Alzheimer's disease, but we are going to be asked to assess, can John Doe sign the documents we are asking him to sign? So lawyers typically back into that analysis and assess it in the following fashion. What document are we asking John Doe to sign? Is it a will? Well, we know if it's a will, he has to have testamentary capacity. What about if it's a deed? Well, if it's a deed, he probably has to have contractual capacity. So capacity is not an all or nothing situation. It runs on a continuum. It may vary based on an individual's illness, based on their medications, and other types of stressors of life. For example, we know for sure that elderly individuals that suffer from UTIs, urinary tract infections, often become delusional and show some cognitive impairment during the time they have a UTI. So it's significant to learn this so that we lawyers can assess capacity. Next slide, please. So when we name a healthcare agent, that agent's going to make decisions designed to determine to keep you alive if you're near death or not likely to recover. Again, do you want to be kept alive on machinery that will allow you to breathe and will allow your heart to beat? Or if your quality of life has diminished, do you prefer not to remain on life support? We talked about organ donations, and that agent also has the ability to decide where your remains go, which is why you want to talk about it. Some people want to be buried, some people want to be cremated, and clearly your desires should be honored. You must talk to your agent. Next slide, please. So we also have a document in Illinois called the living will. It's a little out of use today, but we're going to talk about it because it's still around. A living will has to be signed by a competent, mentally competent person. Living will indicate that the individual signs from an incurable and irreversible condition, which is likely to lead to death. Death is imminent. And the doctors need to certify this, which is one of the reasons this document is not so popular any longer. The Illinois State Medical Society was down in Springfield and has encouraged and did encourage the legislature, which passed a couple of years back now, a post, P-O-L-S-T, addition to the use of advanced planning. It is a exclusively doctor-initiated, doctor-signed document relative to when you wish life support to be removed or not used. And it's a discussion that occurs exclusively with your physician or the hospitalist that's treating you should you be hospitalized. Next slide, please. So how does the advanced directives interact with everything else? Well, a power of attorney for healthcare we've talked about, the living will we've talked about, We haven't talked about a mental health treatment declaration. If an individual suffers from a mental illness, not Alzheimer's disease, but in fact, a bipolar disease, manic depression, which would be related to that, schizophrenia, significant mental illnesses, it's preferable that that patient, if they're willing, sign a mental health treatment declaration. Why? Because you can avoid going to court and forcing that individual to be hospitalized. The agent under a mental health treatment declaration has the power to put someone involuntarily into a mental health treatment facility. Very significant. The Healthcare Surrogate Act is kind of our safety net. If you have no planning for healthcare decisions, the Healthcare Surrogate Act will kick in. And we'll talk about that in a couple slides down the road here. Next slide, please. So caring.com estimates that 2 out of 3 adults do not have a will or an estate plan. It's a staggering number. Why don't people do it? They don't have time. They don't want to spend the money. They don't think it's necessary. It's too complicated. All I'm here to do today is repeat again and again, do advanced planning. Your family and you in the long term will be much, much happier. You will avoid battles. You will avoid spending more money. And you will have your wishes on paper and likely enforced. Next slide, please. So there's the reasons people don't have wills. As I mentioned, they don't know what to do around, how to get one. It's too expensive. Next slide, please. So when a patient lacks decisional capacity, medical decisions are made first by an agent under a power of attorney for healthcare. And notably, it's a valid power of attorney for healthcare. Powers of attorney can be executed under duress, undue influence, or the individual lacks capacity. That certainly would affect the validity of a power of attorney for both healthcare and property. But when a patient lacks decisional capacity, the court may have appointed a guardian of the person to make healthcare decisions, who will then act under the Healthcare Surrogate Act. Next slide, please. So in Illinois, as we assess someone's disability, you see on the slide at the moment, this is the statutory language, the law in the Illinois Probate Act, as we assess a determination as to whether an individual over the age of 18 requires a guardian. Again, that's a court-appointed third-party decision-maker, a guardian. So a guardian may be appointed because of mental deterioration or physical incapacity. The individual is not able to manage his or her estate. Perhaps an individual needs a guardian because they're mentally ill, or they have a developmental disability. Perhaps they were born at birth and they're not able to manage their estate or manage their health care. Perhaps an individual is a disabled person in need of a guardian because they gamble, they're addicted to gambling, they're addicted to drugs, they use alcohol and drugs too much so that they spend and waste their estate, exposing themselves and their family to suffering. Or perhaps someone is diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome, again, at birth. Next slide, please. So I talked briefly about the Illinois Healthcare Surrogate Act. When there is no agent and we've done no planning, healthcare decisions will be made based on the following chart. If I go into the hospital and I'm unconscious and I can't make a decision, and the doctors have concluded I require surgery, the doctors will be required under the law to go to the Healthcare Surrogate Act and find on this chart, starting left to right, the highest level down to the bottom, a person that fits the category of my surrogate. So at the far left, we have a guardian. That's an easy one. If a guardian's appointed, the hospital and the doctors turn to the court-appointed guardian. More likely, we have no guardian, and the hospitals and their doctors will then turn to a spouse. Now, if I'm married happily and my spouse is going to make decisions for me, probably most people would say that's fine. But I've been involved now in several cases where folks are going through a divorce, clearly a contentious scenario, and the hospital went to the spouse during the divorce to make decisions regarding the hospitalized spouse. Ridiculous set of circumstances. If you have no spouse or you're divorced, then the next bloodline down is children. And adult children can make decisions. If there's more than one child, in general, majority rules. If there's two children and one says yes to the surgery and one says no to the surgery, then they're doing battle and they're going to guardianship court. And I've been involved in those kinds of cases as well. So you can see that this Surrogate Act chart is based in large measure on bloodline. How close is the surrogate to the hospitalized patient who can't make decisions for themselves? Again, this kicks in when there is no planning, no advanced directive, no healthcare power of attorney, so someone can make decisions for you. Someone you choose to make decisions. You may not want your children to make decisions for you. You may want someone else. Next slide, please. So as we determine the need for a guardian, if a person's capable of understanding the options and deciding what he or she wants, guardianship is not appropriate, even if the chosen course of action may be considered contrary to the person's own best interest. What's all that mean, Kerry? Well, if I go into the hospital and the doctor says, Kerry, your ankle is so bad, we need to remove your ankle and your foot. And I say, no way in the world are you ever going to perform that surgery. The doctor says, well, you're likely to die if I don't do the surgery. And I say, well, okay, we've now explored all the alternatives. You're telling me the only alternative is surgery. Doctor says yes, and you will die without the surgery. Now, can a competent person say, I want to die without the surgery? If mentally competent, very controversial, competent people can make bad decisions. That's the underlying premise. Competent people can make bad decisions. And we all know competent people who make bad decisions every single day of the week. Next slide, please. So when we go to guardianship court, again, guardians come in two forms. Guardian of the person is management of health. Guardian of the estate, management of assets. So if a court concludes that Jennifer needs a guardian and a guardian of the person is appointed, that guardian of the person subject to judicial oversight, to court review and oversight, will make medical decisions. With court approval, will place the individual, the patient, in a facility. Will make sure that the patient, the ward it's called, receives proper professional services, medical treatment, perhaps legal treatment, tax return preparation. The guardian of the person, once again, has access to HIPAA-protected information. And notably, a guardian of the person cannot force an individual into a mental health facility. That's why we talked many slides back about the healthcare mental declaration, treatment declaration, which allows an individual to be forced into a facility. Next slide, please. So guardian of the estate, again, the second type of guardian, and it may be the same person. Guardian of the estate may be a bank. Guardian of the person may be an individual or an agency. Guardian of the estate makes financial decisions, enters into contracts, takes action to benefit the estate for tax purposes, subject to court oversight and approval, and actually do estate planning of a disabled person, subject to court approval. Guardian of the estate has the ability to file lawsuits. Hey, you, the contractor that worked on my house, you owe me money. I'm going to sue you. It has to go through your guardian if you're disabled. Guardian of the estate can sell real estate, and a guardian of the estate can apply for government benefits like Medicaid, Social Security, disability income, Social Security itself, and the like. Next slide, please. So when we file for guardianship, we can often file for what's known as temporary guardian. Temporary guardianship is an emergent procedure. It's an emergency procedure. Why? Someone goes into the hospital, needs surgery, and the hospital can't find any surrogates, can't find any loved ones that will consent to the surgery. So on a temporary guardianship case and what's called plenary, or ultimately a permanent guardian, the court requires, and the law in Illinois requires, that a physician's report be submitted. And that physician's report has 4 questions. The doctor has to basically indicate what the diagnosis is, the prognosis for the future. Is the person totally or partially incapable of making decisions? And number 4, where should that individual live? Do they require assisted living? Do they require independent living? Do they require going home with 24-hour nursing care and the like? Next slide. So the role of medical professionals in the guardianship process is critical. The law of the court, we lawyers will rely on a medical determination as to the ability of someone to make their own decisions. And that's enunciated by the report that's provided, court-ordered, court-provided form to the doctor. Next slide, please. So the doctor, in Cook County, we call it CCP 211. All of the collar counties have adopted a very similar, if not the same format, indicating, again, is an individual partially or totally incapable? Very significant. What's the basis for their inability to make decisions? You'll recall this relates now, there's 4 bullet points down at the bottom, to the statute: mental deterioration, physical incapacity, mental illness, or developmental disability. What's wrong with the patient that it's necessary to have a court-appointed guardian? All enunciated, all written out by the physician. Next slide, please. So as we file for temporary or emergency guardianship, the law requires we file for plenary or permanent, and we need to focus on the immediate welfare and protection of the alleged disabled person and or his or her estate. So is it an issue that requires prompt attention because of a hospitalization or medical issue? We often use temporary guardianship to go in for emergency relief when an individual, an older adult, is being financially exploited. John Doe is being financially exploited by his female caregiver. In order to protect his assets for his own benefit, so he can use them for his health care, we have him assessed to determine, is he able to make decisions for himself? If not, we go in and ask the court to appoint a temporary guardian and freeze his assets. So the financial abuser, in our hypothetical, a caregiver, won't steal all of the money. When a temporary guardianship is filed, the court will appoint a guardian ad litem. That's a lawyer to go out and act as the eyes and ears of the court. I've been appointed in hundreds of these cases to go out and interview the alleged disabled person, advise them of their probate rights. They have the right to appear in court, the right to another examination, the right to a lawyer. And again, the court is not going to take off their black robe and head out to the hospital or head out to the house where someone lives or a nursing home. So they appoint an individual to go out and do a report and come back and tell the court their perspective. I've spoken with the alleged disabled person judge, and he or she opposes this guardianship. She would agree to the guardianship if her daughter wasn't appointed. She would agree to the guardianship if her son was appointed. So there is significant communication and information funneled back from the guardian ad litem to the court. Again, they're the eyes and ears of the court. Next slide, please. So fundamentally, what you want to do and what you want to do for your family, your parents, your grandparents, is try and keep the circumstance out of the courtroom. Why? Because if you plan in advance, you can do so. If you're in the courtroom, you're doing battle under the glare of the spotlight of a court proceeding. It's going to, as I mentioned early in this program, it's going to be more expensive, it's going to be more emotional, and it's going to be tremendously slow. We live in a scenario in which particularly Cook County is the largest court system in the United States, largest unified court system. The COVID situation has impacted on the ability to get things through court. And even pre-COVID, if you can avoid the court system, you should do so. So you want to explain all these wishes and these desires to your family members. You want them to know what your wishes are. You want them to know what your desires are relative to end-of-life treatment. You want to make sure you have the talk. You want to make sure they understand. Again, do I want to be on a ventilator? Do I want to be on a vent? What do I want? Do I want tube feeding in my nose, in my stomach? How do I literally want to leave this world? It's very important you keep your documents up to date. As your life circumstances change, you should change your documents. All of these documents are amendable, changeable, and revocable. We have not spoken about an irrevocable trust. That's not revocable or amendable. Revocable trust is, a will is, et cetera, et cetera. As your life circumstance change, you got divorced, you got remarried, you had a child, you want to leave money to a grandchild, someone died that you were leaving money, you want to change to whom you're going to leave money, those documents can be changed. Those documents must be kept up to date. And they should be kept in a safe location, ladies and gentlemen. Don't put your powers of attorney in your bank safety deposit box, because when they're closed on the weekends and you're hospitalized, you won't have access to them. Next slide, please. So I want to say thank you for joining us today. Thank you to Elderwerks for hosting the Aging Better Expo. I want to say in conclusion that we at Peck Ritchey offer our potential clients, your families, your referrals, an opportunity to meet with us at no cost. So an initial consultation with no cost whatsoever. You can meet with us today in person. You can meet with us by Zoom. You can meet with us by phone, whatever works for everybody. And we have offices in Northbrook, Oak Brook, and in the business district in downtown Chicago. My contact information is on the screen. We look forward to working with you. And thanks again for joining us. Notably, we are the official law firm of the North Shore Senior Center. And if you haven't seen, I was asked by the American Bar Association to write 2 books on Alzheimer's disease. One I'm holding up is called Don't Let Dementia Steal Everything. This book is written for non-lawyers, for family members that may have to face a dementia situation. And I was asked to write another book for lawyers, Alzheimer's and the Law. So these books are available to you, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Enjoy the rest of the expo and have a great day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to open up the floor for questions. So please let us know if you have a question, and we'll be happy to answer it right on screen.
Hi there, Kerry. Thanks for presenting.
Hello, Jennifer. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a nice rainy day. So I don't see any questions, but you know me, I always have questions.
They're not always relevant to the presentation, though.
Oh yes, it is relevant. It is relevant. So one of the questions I get often is that my mom and dad or dad have become collectors or hoarders, and they won't allow people in their house, but they're falling and they're in the hospital a lot. What kind of things can they do if they do have their docs in order and if they don't have their docs in order?
Well, if they have their documents in order and they have power of attorney documents, they should be able to get into the house and use their power of attorney, for example, for property to clean the place up. And if they're falling and they have a power of attorney for health care, they should be able to take them to the doctor. Once you have documents in place, you know, the real question here, Jennifer, is do the children have the guts and the balls to do what mom or dad don't want done?
Exactly.
And, you know, 9 out of 10 times the answer is no. And so, you know, they respond crisis orientation only. When mom or dad fall and you know, break their hip, they dial 911 and take them to the nearest hospital. Until that happens, many children are just unable to you know, take the bull by the horns. What's the matter with the audio?
Right. So there's there's a little bit of feedback there, Kerry, just so you know.
What we can do about it.
I don't know why. It's our luck. That's all. So what about neglect?
Jennifer, I think it's important to know, if you don't have any documents then, and the circumstances are really, have reached the point where the children need to take action, then their only remedy is to file for temporary guardianship, which we just discussed in the presentation. And that is seek an emergency court-appointed guardian, probably one of the children, to get in there and take control, to get mom to the doctor, to bring in perhaps your organization to clean up the house. Without documents, really, the guardianship route is just about the only remedy, unless you can persuade the parents to voluntarily undertake to work with social services, like perhaps the local seniors center or something of that nature, or allow the children to bring you in without a guardianship. So there, you know, there are a variety of choices there, but there aren't a lot. Is the quality of the audio any better?
Okay.
Jennifer, can you hear us?
Good news. We do have some questions for you. One is, do you need an attorney in the state where the docs were filed to help you, or can you use an out-of-state attorney?
Well, the answer is that you know, in the United States, we have what's called full faith and credit clause of the Constitution. And so documents that are done in Illinois are valid in Indiana. If a will is done in Florida, it's valid in Illinois. So if the documents were done and they are valid in the place where they were executed, then they're valid in another state. Our problem is that many recipients, for example, a hospital faced with a power of attorney from out of state, may not know how to respond to that. And it may take some time to get it cleared up. It usually goes to their inside lawyers, perhaps their outside lawyers. So it's, at the end of the day, it's better if mom or dad has the capacity to redo the documents. But it's not absolutely necessary by any means. Those documents are valid if when executed, they were valid in the state they were done in. No change in the audio?
Okay. The other one was POAs cross state lines. Can they get sticky if there's a problem? I know some states are reciprocal, but are there states that'll say, nope, sorry, you don't have a power of attorney here?
Well, again, there are no state can say we're not reciprocal. What they can say is that under the terms of, for example, if in a healthcare power of attorney, the individual has checked off that they don't want life support or they don't want to be on a ventilator, and you go to another state that doesn't have that provision in the law, and they say, hey, we're putting your mom on a ventilator, and they say, well, in Illinois, she checked off she didn't want to be on a ventilator. So the problem is that when you're in an out-of-state scenario with documents executed in an adjacent or a state across the country, you may be faced with some issues, which is why I'm suggesting that the documents be done if mom or dad have capacity. Don't forget, we're dealing with scenarios where as people age and as they become less and less cognitively intact, they may not be able to do new documents. So don't start changing documents when mom or dad is not capable. Use the documents you have and struggle through it. Locate an in-state lawyer that can help you with that situation.
Sorry, there's a delay on this side, Kerry.
Okay. Jennifer, are you able to hear me better now?
Yeah, I think it's because I have feedback with mine because I don't have a headset. It's fine. I just mute myself and it works fine.
Good. Okay.
It's me. I think you answered all the questions. What's the easiest way to get some help from your office? How do they get a hold of an attorney? Do you have special attorneys for special things, or how does that work?
The best way to reach us is pick up the phone. Dial 312-201-0900. We have attorneys on call all day long answering your intake calls. If you'd like, you can take a look at our website, PeckRitchey.com. That's PeckRitchey.com. And reach out to us through the live chat that we have right on the website. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. But clearly the best thing to do is pick up the phone, call us, and if someone's not available, we will get back to you the same day.
All right, Kerry, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye for you for now. Hopefully people will see you on our virtual world where they can ask you questions maybe. Who knows? Thank you so much for supporting the Elderwerks Aging Better Expo, Kerry.
Okay, and thank you to Elderwerks and Jennifer for all the great work you and your organization do. Have a wonderful day.
Bye. Have a great day.
Elderwerks Educational Services is a not-for-profit 501c3 organization providing senior living coordination, advocacy, and education to. In many instances, our consultants serve as a lifeline or personal confidant to older adults who literally have no one living nearby. Elderwerks prefers senior housing options and providers based on you and your needs. What did you used to do? What do you do now? And what do you want to continue doing? We provide complimentary referral services to vetted supportive care providers and help families and acquaintances secure personalized living and benefit information. Our consultants are experts in senior housing of all types. We have toured the senior communities in Illinois, documenting the services, amenities, and quality of care to ensure seniors transition to the best options based on their individual. People view aging much differently than those of previous generations. Our seniors want to be connected, relevant, and celebrate life in active, vibrant surroundings. We've helped thousands of clients secure and maintain a quality of life that suits their personalities. As the population ages and demand for senior services increases, Elderwerks will be there, offering more learning opportunities, activities, fun, and support that aging well and planning for future needs can be easy if you call Elderwerks 847-462-0885. Elderworks Educational Services is a not-for-profit 501c3 organization providing senior living coordination, advocacy, and education to. In many instances, our consultants serve as a lifeline or personal confidant to older adults who literally have no one living nearby. Elderworks prefers senior housing options and providers based on you and your needs. What did you used to do? What do you do now? And what do you want to continue doing? We provide complimentary referral services to vetted supportive care providers and help families and acquaintances secure personalized living and benefit information. Our consultants are experts in senior housing of all types. We have toured the senior communities in Illinois, documenting the services, amenities, and quality of care to ensure seniors transition to the best options based on their individual. People view aging much differently than those of previous generations. Our seniors want to be connected, relevant, and celebrate life in active, vibrant surroundings. We've helped thousands of clients secure and maintain a quality of life that suits their personalities. As the population ages and demand for senior services increases, Elderworks will be there, offering more learning opportunities, activities, fun, and support. Aging well and planning for future needs can be easy if you call Elderworks 847-462-0885. Kerry Espinosa is an advisor, broker, and advocate of older adults and seniors. Today, she is presenting Planning for Healthcare Costs and Retirement. She works at Horizon Benefit Services and is here today as an expert in her field. Hopefully you enjoy her presentation.
As we get into today's presentation, please know the information being shared with you is for educational purposes only, and tax and other questions should be directed to your respective professional. I'm sure everyone remembers the game of life, right? Within the colorful journey, the players navigate the various stages of life. You start out by choosing whether to attend college or begin working. You may buy a house, get married, and add children. You also get to experience some of life's uncertainties, like when a tree falls on your home or you lose your job. Maybe you have a poor experience in the stock market. In the real-world game of life, much is the same, but with sound planning throughout the different stages of life, you can have more control over your future as opposed to those random tiles you collect throughout the board game. If you're joining me today, it likely means that you're beginning to plan your retirement, or perhaps you just retired and would like to better understand how to effectively plan for your healthcare costs. I'm honored that you've decided to spend this time with me, and I assure you that you will leave with some valuable perspective and tips to help you know what to expect and how to plan for your healthcare costs in retirement. Know that there is no wrong age to start planning for retirement, and while you may wish you had started planning sooner, now's a good time too. So please keep your hands, arms, and legs inside the vehicle and remain seated at all times. Let's take a walk down memory lane. The important thing to know is that everyone's situation and needs are different. So when you think about retirement planning, know that your plan should be unique to you and your needs. I know this may not be your exact journey, but I'm sure there are some points in this journey that you can relate to. In our 20s, we knew so much, didn't we? We were likely already working or finishing college and then starting our careers. Maybe we bought our first house or started a family. Then suddenly we hit our 30s. We moved up the career ladder and maybe upgraded to a larger house to accommodate our 2.5 kids and family pet or pets. Maybe you were coaching your kids' sports teams or cheering them on from the sidelines. Life was busy but good, right? In our 40s, we are wondering who Rod Stewart's Forever Young song was about. By this age, we have probably had our first routine colonoscopy and maybe are experiencing some minor aches and pains. We are aware of our health and hopefully not experiencing anything too serious yet. We are scheduling appointments around our kids' schedules or now our parents' appointments. Our parents may have long-term care needs, and we're suddenly aware of this risk. We know of this thing called retirement, but it's still a ways off. In our 50s and 60s, we may see a clearer path to retirement, or we may be trying to catch up and maximize retirement contributions. Retirement does not mean for us what it meant for our parents. After all, we lived through the 70s. We are or we're likely making good money and are considering how to create income from investments. Financial goals change dramatically from years prior. If we're a typical patient, we are on a statin and high blood pressure medication at least. During this stage of life, we are beginning to get excited about our new chapter and the potential for retirement. My goal today is to share with you what healthcare costs look like and how to be aware of the effect they will have on your retirement planning. When thinking about retirement planning, here are some key learnings from people just like you. First, the importance of having a detailed financial and estate plan. In a U.S. News article, Drew Parker, a retired financial manager for a Fortune 500 company in Mercer Island, Washington, says he wishes he had a more detailed financial plan before retirement. He says what he knows now would have been exponentially more valuable at a much younger age. So he encourages others to take time to do their own due diligence and create a comprehensive financial plan based only on their own unique needs and circumstances. Next, having retirement goals. How will you spend your days? With grandkids, golfing, volunteering, traveling? Maybe a little of each. Perhaps you're still working or will continue to work a part-time job. What will you do to stay healthy? It's also important to keep in mind that when someone retires early, their friends are likely still working. So having a plan for what your days will be spent doing is important. And next, plan for a slower pace and be okay with it. Seriously. Some people need this encouragement because slowing down can make us feel like we're less accomplished. All along, we have done what we were supposed to do. Now it's time to do more of what we want to do, and we can take our time doing it. And next, some risks are less manageable, like healthcare. So be sure that healthcare planning is a key piece of your retirement plan. Leaving behind a steady paycheck to retire is a big risk. Dirk Cotton is a retired executive in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. He's also the author of the Retirement Cafe blog. He says retirement planning is more risk management than portfolio management, although portfolio management seems to get all the press. He goes on to say that his retirement decision primarily focusing his retirement decision primarily on investing drew attention away from the other risks of retirement, like family members who might need financial support and healthcare shocks. The key is to have a plan and to enjoy your retirement, whatever that looks like for you. Let's talk about some key ages to be aware of as you're planning your retirement. Remember how we talked about the game of life? I noticed that they had nothing in the game referencing Social Security or Medicare, so I enhanced the ending of the game just a little. See the new structures here? There's a little caution sign that's just to get your attention, and then 2 additional signs, one that says 62 and the other that says 65. I added these because these are important milestones to be aware of. The first milestone to be aware of is age 62. At age 62, you are eligible to begin collecting your Social Security retirement benefits. But it is important to be aware that if you do so, you're collecting early and not receiving your full benefit amount. Your full retirement age is when you can begin receiving your full benefit amount and is based on the year in which you were born. Also, you can delay taking your benefits up to age 70 and your benefit amount will increase. The next milestone is age 65. For most people, age 65 is when they first become eligible for Medicare. Generally speaking, you will want to enroll in Medicare when you are first eligible, or you could pay a penalty later. The exception to this rule is if you're still working. If you're still working, you may want to delay Medicare and can do so without a penalty. Sometimes this makes sense. It all depends on your circumstances. On the next slide, we're going to talk about how health insurance looks if you're retiring before age 65. Then we'll touch on Medicare insurance at age 65 and what to expect there. Many people keep working even when they could retire because of healthcare. Understandably so. However, we've successfully helped many clients who've retired before they were eligible for Medicare, and we help them understand what the health insurance landscape looks like and how to get the best value for their health insurance dollar. If you're considering early retirement, here are some important tips that I'd like to share with you. First, when you're still working, your employer is helping pay for your health insurance. When you're no longer working, you will have the option to continue your group health insurance, but will be responsible for paying all of the premiums. This is called COBRA. Second, at first glance, COBRA may look expensive, and it probably is, but sometimes it's actually the best value. Third, another option for health insurance is coverage through the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. Some people qualify for premium assistance and even get help with their out-of-pocket costs with this option. We'll talk more about that on the next slide. So let me share with you some perspective on Affordable Care Act plans. Again, these are also called Obamacare. I have extensive experience helping people strategically approach this and navigate their options. For some people, this is a more cost-effective option. Let me share with you some perspective on Affordable Care Act plans. I have extensive experience helping people strategically approach this and navigate their options. Again, the Affordable Care Act is also known as Obamacare. And for some people, this is a more cost-effective option than COBRA. In a nutshell, what the Affordable Care Act means is that you have health insurance that includes essential health benefits, covers pre-existing conditions, and again, some people qualify for premium assistance based on household size, age, and income. Note income limits and premium assistance varies by state. When shopping for health insurance as an individual consumer versus being part of an employer group plan, know that the coverage can work a little differently than what you're used to. For example, provider networks are generally smaller, and with many plans, you must pay your deductible before prescription drugs are covered. When choosing a plan, you want to carefully consider your options. As we talk through some of the specifics on this slide, I would like to remind you that the rates provided are sample rates based on a 60-year-old living in Lake County, Illinois. Your actual rates will vary based on your age, your household size, and your estimated income. Let's talk through these different metal levels. As you can see, the plans are categorized according to the different metal levels. There are up to 4 metal categories: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Bronze plans offer the lowest monthly premium and the highest costs when you need care. Bronze plan deductibles, meaning the amount of medical costs you pay for before your insurance plan starts to pay, can be thousands of dollars a year. Silver plans have a moderate monthly premium and moderate costs when you need care. Silver deductibles are usually lower than those of bronze plans. And gold plans have high monthly premiums and low costs when you need care. Deductibles are usually low. And platinum plans have the highest monthly premium and lowest cost when you get care, though there aren't currently any platinum plans available in our area. Because individual health insurance plans work differently than the employer coverage that you're used to, it's important to look at monthly premium and also provider networks and out-of-pocket costs when considering your options. Also, there are other health insurance options like indemnity plans and short-term medical plans. There are even health share ministry plans, which are different than health insurance. It's really important when shopping for health insurance to pay close attention to the details or work with someone who understands how all of this works, as it's very complicated to navigate. One of my favorite things to do is to help someone make an informed decision and beat the game. Next, I want to take a moment to talk about health savings accounts, or HSAs. I have both professional and personal experience with these. An HSA is a special account like a personal checking or savings account, but the money you put in is used to pay for healthcare expenses. You, not an employer or insurance company, own and control the money in your HSA. Whether you have an HSA through current employment or you had one while you were working, or you're not yet eligible for Medicare and you're shopping for insurance, HSAs can be a tax-efficient part of your retirement planning. It's also important to know that a health savings account is different than a flexible spending account and different than a health reimbursement arrangement. I know, so many terms in so little time. If you have an HSA or plan to get one, here's what you should know. HSAs have a triple tax advantage, meaning the contributions made into the account are typically pre-tax dollars, you pay no taxes on earnings, and you can withdraw the money tax-free now or in retirement to pay for qualified medical expenses. This is an effective way to earmark future savings. This is an effective way to earmark savings for future healthcare needs, meaning it can help bridge the gap to Medicare. This is also an effective way to earmark savings for future healthcare needs, like helping bridge the transition. This is also an effective way to earmark savings for future healthcare needs, like bridging yourself to Medicare or even covering your Medicare premiums, meaning Medicare Parts B and D. HSAs can also be an effective way to cover long-term care expenses or long-term care insurance. Now let's talk about healthcare planning as part of a solid financial plan for someone who's turning 65 or 65 and older. Did you know that an average 65-year-old couple leaving the workforce in 2021 can expect to spend $300,000 in healthcare and medical expenses through retirement? And that's from a Fidelity report. Did you also know that healthcare is one of the largest expenses next to housing and transportation costs? The $300,000 price tag is typically broken out as about $140,000 for men and $160,000 for women. The reason for the difference is because us women typically take better care of ourselves and we live longer. You should also know that it's hard to estimate healthcare costs, since averages can be misleading when it comes to medical care due to costs varying across different geographic locations. Policy changes also affect healthcare costs. It's important to know that $300,000 estimate for a 65-year-old couple retiring today does not include long-term care, dental, or any premium surcharges for high-income earners. And as a matter of perspective, in 2019, the estimate was $285,000. In 2017, the estimate was $245,000. That's a pretty steep increase, agreed? So what is included in that price tag? Well, Medicare Part B premiums, premiums for Medicare supplement insurance or Medicare Part D, premiums for Medicare Advantage plans or out-of-pocket costs. It's important to know that prescription drug costs will be your biggest variable as you plan for your healthcare costs in retirement. On this next page, I'd like to talk about Medicare, what it is, what it covers, and why you want to consider additional coverage. Original Medicare, as you can see in the center of the page, consists of Medicare Parts A and B. In general, Medicare Part A covers inpatient care in a hospital, skilled nursing facility care, nursing home care, meaning inpatient care in a skilled nursing facility that's not custodial or long-term care, hospice care, and home health care. Most people earn premium-free Medicare Part A based on their or their spouse's work history. Medicare Part B covers things like doctor visits, physical therapy, ambulance services, durable medical equipment, and other outpatient services. There is a premium for Medicare Part B. In 2021, the standard monthly premium is $148.50 per person per month. Some people who are high income earners pay more, and we'll talk about that more in just a few slides. You're probably thinking that Medicare covers a lot of services, and I would absolutely agree with you. However, Medicare has deductibles, co-payments, and coinsurance, so having additional coverage is an important consideration. I'm going to talk through what those additional coverage options are, and as I do, please note that this is intended for the typical Medicare beneficiary. And some people have access to retiree health insurance, or they're still actively working. In these cases, you want to consider all of your options to make an informed decision on what will work best for you. After you enroll in Original Medicare, there are two ways to get additional coverage. Option 1 is a Medicare supplement plan and prescription drug plan. Medicare supplement plans are also called Medigap because they fill the gaps with Original Medicare. These plans are standardized according to a letter, and there are multiple plans available offered by different insurance companies. Most prescription drugs are not covered by Medicare, so if you choose option 1, you'll also likely want to purchase a standalone Medicare Part D prescription drug plan. Option number 2 are Medicare Advantage plans, also called Part C. These plans combine Medicare Parts A and B coverage and provide all of the same benefits as Original Medicare, along with extra benefits like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, etc. These plans are offered by private health insurance companies and can charge different premiums, deductibles, co-payments, and co-insurance. These plans may also include prescription drug coverage. Note that regardless of which option you choose, you still pay your Medicare Part B premium. This is admittedly a lot to chew on, so let's go through a chart that compares Medicare Supplement and Medicare Advantage plans. On the left side of the screen, you see that you have different coverage features that you want to consider when deciding which option will work best for you. Then you have how a Medicare Supplement plan will work and how a Medicare Advantage plan will work. Starting with doctors and hospitals. With a Medicare Supplement plan, you go to any doctor or hospital that takes Medicare. If they take Medicare, they will take your supplemental insurance. With a Medicare Advantage plan, you may be required to see doctors and hospitals within your plan network. Next, with regard to referrals, with a Medicare supplement plan, you can see specialists without a referral. With a Medicare Advantage plan, you may need a referral to see specialists. This is especially true with HMO plans. With PPO plans, you have more flexibility and do not need a referral to see a specialist. Now let's talk about networks. This means the doctors and hospitals that you have access to. With a Medicare supplement plan, your network access is more broad and coverage travels with you across the United States. With a Medicare Advantage plan, you may have network restrictions. Emergency care is covered within the United States and sometimes abroad. When enrolling in coverage, it is important to know that when you are first eligible for Medicare Part A and enrolled in Part B, you are in an initial election period. You can choose a Medicare supplement plan and not have to answer any medical questions. After this period, if you want to enroll in a Medicare supplement plan, the company may ask you medical questions to determine your eligibility and rate. You are also in an initial eligibility period with Medicare Advantage, but these plans do not ask medical questions. It's important to know that with Medicare Advantage plans, there are specific enrollment periods when you can enroll in a plan like this for the first time or make a change from one plan to another. With regard to costs, and with both options, you are still responsible to pay your Medicare Part B premium. With a Medicare supplement plan, you will pay an additional monthly premium, and when you use services, your out-of-pocket costs are limited. This varies based on the plan you select. Medicare Advantage plans work a little differently, and you generally pay a low or $0 monthly premium. When using services, you pay deductibles, co-payments, and coinsurance up to a maximum. This can be several $1,000s depending on the plan you select. Lastly, let's talk about prescription drug coverage. If enrolling in a Medicare supplement, you will want to consider a standalone Medicare Part D plan. If you do not enroll in a Part D plan when first eligible, you can be penalized later. Most Medicare Advantage plans include prescription drug coverage, but you want to make sure of this and make sure that's right if that's the option you choose. It's important to consider additional coverage because original Medicare pays for much, but not all of the costs for healthcare services and supplies. And it's important to choose the right solution based on your needs and budget. I said this earlier, and I just want to say it again. It's really important when shopping for health insurance to pay close attention to the details or work with someone who understands how it all works, as it's very complicated to navigate. It's easier to make the right decision the first time around than to discover that you don't have the access to your doctor that you thought you would, or the plan doesn't work like you thought it would. Remember how I talked about higher income earners paying a surcharge? That's what we're going to talk about here. It's called an IRMA surcharge, and it stands for Income Related Monthly Adjustment Amount. This is a surcharge that applies to higher income earners. As you can see on this chart, if individual income is greater than $88,000, or if you're a couple filing jointly, making more than $176,000, you are subject to a surcharge on your Medicare Parts B and D premiums. There are two items that I want you to take away from this slide. First, know that Social Security makes a determination of whether or not there's an IRMA surcharge to your Medicare premium, and they bill for it. They look back 2 years at your modified adjusted gross income when determining whether or not a surcharge will apply. If you have had a major life change like a job loss, reduction in hours, divorce or death of a spouse or loss of income, if you have had a major life change like job loss, reduction in hours, divorce or death of a spouse or loss of income producing property, there is an appeals process whereby you can ask Social Security to reconsider your circumstances and determine if a surcharge should apply. Now let's talk about what Medicare doesn't cover. Medicare does not cover most prescription drugs. Medicare typically covers inpatient drugs or drugs administered in a provider's office, but the prescriptions you fill at a pharmacy are not covered by original Medicare. That's why there's Medicare Part D plans. Additionally, Medicare does not cover routine hearing, podiatry, dental care, or routine vision. More specifically, with regard to routine vision, Medicare does not normally cover vision services such as eyeglasses or eye exams. However, Medicare may cover some vision costs associated with eye problems resulting from an illness or injury. For example, macular degeneration or cataracts. It's also important to know that Medicare does not cover long-term care. Speaking of long-term care, can you guess how much that costs? If you answered a lot, you're correct. Just yesterday, I was talking to my friend whose mother-in-law recently moved into a facility. She's here in our local market and paying about $8,000 per month. Yes, you heard me right. Just as there are many kinds of long-term care services and supports, there's also a wide range of costs for them. As we look at the monthly median costs in Illinois, know that these may seem lower because they take into account prices throughout the whole state. Our local market is more expensive, which explains why my friend's mother-in-law is paying more than what is illustrated here. On average, home care services are going to run about $5,000 per month. This is for someone to come into your home and assist you with your daily needs for about 44 hours a week. Facility-based care runs about $6,000 to $7,000 a month. Can anyone guess what the average cost of care in the same scenario is estimated to cost in 30 years? If you guess that these numbers are expected to more than double, you're correct. Home care services are estimated to run at about $12,000 a month, and facility-based services are looking between $15,000 and $17,000 a month. Yeah, that's a lot of money. I feel that too. So let's talk about what costs more. My oldest son will be a senior in high school this year, and we're currently in the process of college planning. For those of you who have already been through this journey, you know how overwhelming and expensive it can be. I don't think it matters which type of senior you are. It's an expensive stage of life. Here you can see the cost of 1 year's college tuition and fees, room and board at a public four-year university. The national average is $21,400. And how this compares to 1 year in a nursing home, private room, again, national average at over $105,000. The takeaway here should be that planning for long-term care needs is even more costly than putting a kid through college. I think it's all a matter of perspective, and I just wanted to share that with you. So you're probably thinking to yourself, how would you ever afford long-term care, or how do you plan for that? Let's talk about that. It's important before we get into the details on this slide that we are all on the same page for what long-term care means. Someone typically qualifies as needing long-term care when they cannot perform 2 of 6 of their activities of daily living. Activities of daily living are bathing, dressing, transporting, toileting, continence, and eating. A recent study found that only about 1/5 of 65-year-old Americans won't need long-term care services, but 1/3 will have severe needs for this level of assistance. The goal with long-term care planning is to be able to choose where and how you want to live in retirement. A smart strategy starts with thinking about your goals and working backwards into a solution. And it's important to keep in mind that everyone's situation is unique, so your solution should be too. Now let's talk through the different types of ways to meet your future long-term care needs. Starting on the left side of the page in government programs, the Older American Act programs includes a variety of programs through the Area Department on Aging. Generally speaking, the programs and resources that fall under this category are limited and may have income and asset qualifications. Next, let's talk about Medicare. If you think Medicare will help pay for long-term care, you're not alone. However, this is not the case. While Medicare does cover some skilled nursing facility stays, it is limited and the care must be rehabilitative. Medicare does not pay for custodial care. And I want to share with you the story of another friend. This friend's mother was in a facility for wound care and occupational therapy following cancer treatment. While she was there receiving treatment, my friend noticed some cognitive impairment and discussed it with the doctor. They decided to assess Mom to see if what was going on was due to the normal aging process or if it was something more. Sadly, my friend's mother was diagnosed with the early onset of dementia, and as if that wasn't bad enough, the diagnosis put her in a different category of care with Medicare. While Medicare does cover dementia testing, it does not cover custodial care. So guess what happened to the facility? They started billing the patient. Now let's talk about veterans benefits. VA benefits provide for a wide range of long-term care services. However, just because you're a veteran, it does not mean that you qualify for long-term care services through the VA. Someone must also qualify based on an income and asset test. And let's talk about Medicaid. Medicaid does cover long-term care. However, in order to qualify for Medicaid, you have to be within certain income and asset guidelines, which are very, very low. For example, your assets generally cannot exceed $2,000. Also, all of your income except for a personal needs allowance generally goes toward paying for your cost of care. This also includes Social Security income. In Illinois, you are allowed to keep a minimum amount of your monthly income for your personal needs. Can you guess how much this is? If you guess $30 a month, you're right. So now let's talk about some private financing options, and starting with personal funds. This means that you are using your investments, savings, Social Security income, pension, or other personal funds to pay for long-term care. As you've seen, the average cost per year can range from $57,000 for home-based care to $84,000 for facility-based care or more. If this is your strategy, it's important to consider how long your personal funds will last. Next is a senior living line of credit, and this is typically used when the need to pay for long-term care has arrived unexpectedly. This is used as a bridge to a permanent solution like selling a home, waiting on veteran aid, or long-term care to kick in. Next, let's talk about a senior living line of credit. This is typically used when the need Next, let's talk about a senior living line of credit. This is typically used when the need to pay for assisted living has arrived unexpectedly, and it's used as a bridge to a more permanent solution like selling a house, waiting on veterans aid, or long-term care insurance to kick in. Some people use life insurance settlements to help fund their long-term care needs. This is when you sell your life insurance policy. The purchaser of the policy pays all future premiums and collects the death benefits upon maturity. In other words, the policy buyer becomes the beneficiary of the policy, and the proceeds are used to pay for things like long-term care. Then we have reverse mortgages. A reverse mortgage is a type of loan that allows mature homeowners to use home equity to pay for long-term care needs. This includes helping to pay for in-home personal care, adult day services, home modifications to enable aging in place, and other types of services. The loan is secured by the value of the home and does not require payments as long as the borrower lives there. If considering this option, it's important to know that borrowers are still responsible for property taxes, homeowners association dues, insurance, and home maintenance. And lastly, let's talk about long-term care insurance. This can be a brilliant way to leverage your money to protect against the need for long-term care. There are a variety of products available, and some are better than others. If considering long-term care insurance, you should develop a solution based on your needs and resources. Long-term care insurance services. Long-term care insurance covers services not normally covered by medical insurance or Medicare and can help you pay for the services you need at home or in a facility. With regard to this, a few things we have learned through the COVID pandemic is, 1, being in control of where you get care is imperative. As you know, there were many unnecessary nursing home deaths and many families unable to visit their loved ones. This caused an increased demand for home care options. So it's also important to know that the desire for home care options has increased And because of that, the cost for these services has also increased. If you're planning to use personal funds to pay for long-term care, an insurance plan may help you better leverage the dollars you have earmarked for this need to get better value. Briefly, know that there are many different types of long-term care insurance policies, ranging from plans that pay for home care only to plans that pay for facility and home-based care. There are short-term or recovery care plans that will provide a benefit up to 1 year of home care and or 1 year of facility care, depending on how the benefit is structured. There are more robust traditional long-term care plans and hybrid policies that will cover you at home, in a facility, even in memory care. These hybrid policies typically combine life and long-term care insurance or an annuity that is designed to cover long-term care costs. Long-term care annuities offer special provisions to help pay for long-term care expenses. Throughout my presentation, you have heard me say that everyone's situation and needs are unique. It's also important to remember that our needs vary based on which stage of life we're in. It's important to have a financial plan and to know that healthcare costs are a key component of that plan. The focus should be on making decisions that meet your needs while maximizing value and being forward-looking. It's all about balance. So in closing, the primary driver in all health insurance decisions should be affordability. If you cannot afford a monthly premium, it does not matter how good the benefits are. Next, the healthcare and health insurance landscapes are constantly evolving, and knowing how to navigate these changes is key to your happiness and your success. Know that there are people like me to assist you in this process. It's also important to keep in mind that long-term care needs are a real risk and a variable one, but one that you can plan for and effectively hedge against. When planning for retirement, a solid financial plan takes into account healthcare costs. Again, this is one of the largest expenses in retirement, next to housing and transportation costs. So let me leave you with this. You've got this. You don't need to know it all, or if you do have a handle on things, you don't have to tackle it all at once. I'm here if you would like my help, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And with that, I'd like to open up the floor to questions.
All righty. Let's see here. I got Carrie's information on the bottom bar if anyone wants to get a hold of her. Hello, Kerry.
Hi.
Orange is your color. We did have one question. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the screen. The question is, if you had an HSA while working, can you continue to fund it after you stop working? And if so, how?
So, Dory, that's a really good question. And that kind of goes a little bit beyond my scope as an insurance professional. So I'm going to give you some advice, but I have to be very careful because I can't give you tax advice. Based on my experience, you have to have a qualified plan in order to be able to continue to contribute to your health savings account. So I'm not sure if you're 65 and on Medicare, or if you have an individual plan that still may be qualified for an HSA. But the trick with HSAs is you have to have a qualified plan in order to be able to contribute.
Excellent. And that's one of the comments from Joyce. She says, great job, Carrie.
Thanks, Joyce.
Always a great job. Okay, so I just had someone walk in, and this is what she said to me when she walked in our center. I just qualified for Medicare. I just got my card, and now I'm getting tons and tons of phone calls and mail on supplements. What am I supposed to do? I have no clue who to call, yada, yada, yada. So obviously we referred her to you, Carrie, since you're a neutral party and only, dissect basically on the person you're helping and help them identify that. What would you tell this person walking in?
Well, I would tell them that they have a lot of options, and it's important to compare not just Medicare Supplement, but Medicare Supplement and Medicare Advantage, because the plan that's going to work best for them, Jennifer, depends on their needs and their budget, and everybody's situation is unique. Just this morning, I'll share with you, I posted something on Facebook because I got an email from a marketing company for one of those commercials that you see, non-branded commercials on like the Medicare Help Center or one of the other Medicare resources. And the company was reaching out to me and other, in short story to say, hey, do you want to buy any of these leads? And so I would say the worst thing that a consumer can ever do is to call into one of those numbers, and they're going to get routed to wherever and whomever. Could be in the same state, could be in a completely different state. The key to success with navigating Medicare insurance options, or all insurance options, in my humble opinion, is working with someone who's been doing this long enough to know how to do it well, and working with someone who understands the local market.
Right. So basically someone who will help you, and then you make your own decisions. They don't force you in any one direction.
Absolutely. When we work with clients, and you probably already know this, Jennifer, we have a 2-appointment process where the initial appointment is really just needs, understanding their needs and sharing information with them about the landscape and perspective. And I like to give people breathing room, because I hate going to to buy a used car and the first thing they want to know is, am I going to buy it? I don't know. I haven't even test driven it yet.
Right.
So we do a 2-appointment process where the first appointment is sharing information and pricing and how things work. And then the second appointment is an enrollment appointment if they're comfortable moving forward.
Excellent. Excellent. I think those are the only questions people had. I have a question. What is this thing they say there's a donut? Only donut I know are the ones that are Boston cream, and those are yummy.
Well, those are my favorite. And so what they refer to as the donut hole, which applies to Medicare prescription drug plans. And it's not nearly as delightful as the center of the Boston cream, I assure you. Mm-hmm. Medicare drug plans are, quite honestly, the most complicated product that a consumer will purchase. And they have different drug plan stages. So when somebody meets a certain threshold, meaning they've paid a certain amount towards their cost of medications, and in this case, the insurance company has also paid a certain amount, they reach a threshold that puts them into the donut hole. And when they're in the donut hole, Jennifer, they're paying 25% of the cost for their medications. But, I tell my clients, a Medicare drug plan is kind of like a roller coaster where you have different coverage stages. And the big objective for me is helping people predict, based on their medications, where they're going to fall within the drug plan stages. And if they're going to hit that donut hole, how to mitigate some of that cost, because sometimes they can do that.
What happens if someone forgets to apply for Medicare?
It's no bueno.
No bueno.
So, if they don't have other coverage, like employer coverage, they're just turning 65, they don't have other creditable coverage, and they forget to enroll in Medicare, they pay a penalty when they do later, not for Medicare Part A, but for Medicare Part B, and also for Medicare Part D. And I have clients sometimes who will be referred to me who didn't take a Medicare drug plan when they were first eligible because they weren't on any medications, right? And then now they're 70 years old and they're coming to me and they want to get a Medicare drug plan. And I say, that's great, Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith. The premium would be $25 a month, but you're going to get a surcharge now because you haven't had the creditable drug coverage for the last 5 years. And it's never fun delivering that message.
No, I can't imagine. And they probably blame you.
I will share too. We've there was a recent article about this, but myself and my colleagues who do this for a living have had just a difficult time since the coronavirus pandemic took effect last year, navigating enrolling in Medicare with Social Security for our clients. And everybody's remote, and there's a lot of stuff that's getting missed. So if anybody on this in this session is experiencing that, just keep persisting through it, keep notes, document everything. And if you absolutely get stuck, give me a call and I'd be happy to give you some, personal direction on how to resolve that.
I did talk to Paula Basta this morning about that from the Department on Aging. And she said that not everybody, please don't call her. I'm supposed to contact her and discuss this with her. And so hopefully we can go to the, congressmen and state reps and see what we can do to fix this because unfortunately the government offices were closed for a long time and some are still closed, which, for me makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, and thankfully I work with our local office. I don't think they necessarily love working with me, but I do a lot of advocacy for my clients. So, we have their fax number and we like to do things in a way that's traceable and documented. so that there's no misunderstandings. Because truth be told, people have mailed me stuff that's gotten lost in the mail. I've mailed stuff to them that's gotten lost in the mail.
That's true. My credit card statement, well, my payment twice got lost in the mail, and they tried to charge me fees. I'm like, I sent this out 2 weeks ahead of time. Yeah, it's always lovely when the post office gets delays.
Yeah. Yep.
It's unfortunate. I don't see any more questions here.
Jennifer, this is an amazing event. Kudos to you and all the work that you do in the community. And just know that I'm honored to be an extension of your care and resources.
Oh, thank you. Well, Elderworks does work hard for our seniors, and we're just hoping that a few people plan for their futures so they don't call us going, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Some people plan, some people don't. There's
Yes. So for anyone who has parents, you know how lovely it is to convince them to get some help when they need it. You know, just because they're adults doesn't mean that they're going to listen to you, because guess what? You're still their children and you're still 6.
Yep. You know, my favorite story is, and you know Grams, Jennifer, and I was raised by my grandmother. When we went to the movie theater a couple of years ago, I took a half day and we went to go see the book club, and we're walking by the bathroom, and literally my grandma looks over at me and she goes, honey, do you have to go potty? And she says it so loud, like everybody stops and looks at me expecting to see like a 6-year-old. And no, there's this 40-something-year-old woman, and I'm just like, no, grandma, I went potty before I left my office.
Once a child, always a child.
Seriously.
Well, thank you, Carrie. If anyone needs any expertise on Medicare help, guidance, Carrie is your gal. She has many articles she writes. She has a great website, and she's only a phone call away. So please call Carrie for your help. Don't call me, because I know nothing about Medicare. I just call Carrie. All right. Thanks so much, Carrie. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oopsie. There we go.
nonprofit 501c3 organization providing senior living coordination, advocacy, and education to. In many instances, our consultants serve as a lifeline or personal confidant to older adults who literally have no one living nearby. Elderwerks prefers senior housing options and providers based on you and your needs. What did you used to do? What do you do now? And what do you want to continue doing? We provide complimentary referral services to vetted supportive care providers and help families and acquaintances secure personalized living and benefit information. Our consultants are experts in senior housing of all types. We have toured the senior communities in Illinois, documenting the services, amenities, and quality of care to ensure seniors transition to the best options based on their individual. People view aging much differently than those of previous generations. Our seniors want to be connected, relevant, and celebrate life in active, vibrant surroundings. We've helped thousands of clients secure and maintain a quality of life that suits their personalities. As the population ages and demand for senior services increases, Elderwerks will be there, offering more learning opportunities, activities, fun, and support. Aging well and planning for future needs can be easy if you call Elderwerks 847-462-0885.
Welcome to Horizon Benefit Services, where we believe the key to health insurance happiness is both choosing the right insurance plan and knowing how to use it. That's where our care makes all the difference. We help you select the best plan at the best cost and provide outstanding customer service. Whether you're an employer looking to offer benefits to your employees or you need help planning your healthcare costs in retirement, you've come to the right place. We help you achieve health insurance happiness through our unique approach based on the 3 C's.
Comparing your coverage options to make an informed decision.
Confidently choosing the health insurance solution that best meets your needs.
Caring service. We offer virtual and in-person support to our clients because we care and want you to get the best value for your health insurance and healthcare dollar.
Horizon Benefit Services has decades of experience helping our clients navigate a complex and changing landscape. Our team will advise, broker, and advocate for you.
Come for the insurance and stay for the care.
Fall Prevention, I'm Still Standing, is sponsored by Advocate Aurora Health. Advocate Aurora Health is known for their excellence, compassion, and respect of people. If you need a specialist, reach out to your doctor at Advocate Aurora Health. Sue Grossinger is a Senior Services Coordinator at Advocate Aurora in Barrington, and she is also a friend of mine. She's a great speaker, and I'm sure you'll enjoy today's presentation. Thank you. Have a good time.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. I'm really glad to be here. Welcome, everybody. We're going to talk a little bit about fall prevention and how to keep ourselves still standing. I'm the Senior Services Coordinator at Advocate Good Shepherd Hospital, and I'm also a Matter of Balance Master Trainer. So we really do care about trying to help our seniors in the community prevent falls. So today we're going to talk about that. Some statistics, why do we fall, and what we can do about it. So let's get started. Okay, first question, and I know I won't be able to see you, but how many people here have fallen? I'll tell you, I have. Okay, so I'm going to raise my hand for everybody. And then how many people, as a result of the fall, are a little afraid, or what I say concerned, that they might fall again? And how many people feel that they might have altered their lifestyle a little bit because of that fall, or because they're afraid or concerned that they may fall? And there are people out there, and how many people think it won't happen to me? It happens to everybody else, but it doesn't happen to me. Well, I used to think that too. And I will tell you just a quick story that I have worked out for the last 22 years, 4 times a week. Guess what? I have fallen downstairs 4 to 5 times. So how have I done that? I'm not over 85. This goes back all the way to where I was actually had young children. So fell down a couple times that time, fell down a couple times as I'm a little bit older. Now, probably about, I'd say about 10 years ago was the last time I fell. So I really, as a master trainer of Matter of Balance, was able to really say, okay, I need to take a look at what's happening with me. Why am I falling? Several times I was lucky that I didn't get hurt. One time my head was about to go into the wall and I turned my shoulder, and I did prevent a head injury. But it was very important. You know, it's not funny. Yeah, my husband tells me I'm a klutz, but that's not funny. The older I get, the more serious it could be. So I took a look at, what am I doing that is causing me to fall? I work out, I'm very active. So what I realized was my fall risks are behavioral. And so I took a look and I basically checked off about 4 or 5 things that I was doing that put me at a higher risk for falling. First of all, I get up very early in the morning, and during the winter, there's no lights on. And guess what? I wasn't turning the light on. So wasn't turning the light on. I have 2 big dogs that are, oh my God, she's awake. She's going to feed us. That is all around me. And that also distracts me. There's sometimes dog toys on the stairs that I don't pick up. And I wasn't paying attention because I was thinking about, many of the times I've fallen, I was thinking about what I was going to either be doing at work or what I was going to be doing once I got down the stairs. And so I realized every time I approach my stairs, I have to do my checklist. I have to turn on the light. I have to make sure my dogs go down the stairs first. I have to make sure when I look down, there's no toys. And probably the number one reason for me is I need to pay attention. And I look at each stair as I go down to make sure I do not miss one, because that's why I have fallen. I have missed 1 or 2 stairs and gone down. So those are my fall risks. My fall risks are behavioral. Oh, there I am. I'm going down. So we're going to start with fall statistics, which are important, and it's actually kind of very interesting. Did you know that 30 to 35% of people over 65 fall each year? The people who fall are 2 to 3 times more likely to fall again. And 1 in 5 falls cause serious injury. So these are, even though they're from 2010, it actually probably is even, higher amounts because there's more people over 65. But falls are the number 1 cause of injuries, death from injuries among people 65 and older. And after that, there's motor vehicles accidents, but there's no comparison. Falls, hands down, are the biggest reason. Leading causes of non-fatal injuries also among people 65 and older are from falls. And you know what? Just because they're non-fatal does not mean that they don't have serious consequences and may actually alter somebody's life from being completely independent to maybe not being independent and having a much lower quality of life. So falling can have serious consequences. Leading places of falls, these were Good Shepherd's, our statistics. Leading place for a fall that leads to hospital admissions, 60% is your home. So being aware and maybe adjusting, we'll talk about that, things that are going on in your home, 60%. All 5 of my falls occurred in my home. So I find that very, very interesting. After that, 16% are residential institutions. Falls that result in fatalities, 60% occur in the home. So I think we need to do some things to make our homes safer and maybe make some adjustments in our life behaviorally, and we'll take a look at that. Discharge status. 39% of people who are discharged after a fall go to a skilled nursing facility. Only 33% go home. So again, even if that fall does not cause a fatality, it can have a major impact on your quality of life and your functioning ability. Types of injuries. This is Good Shepherd statistics from our fall registry, our trauma registry. The number 1 cause of traumatic injuries in our hospital are from falls. Again, MVCs. I actually think that might not be motor vehicle. That might be a cardiac event. And then Good Shepherd traumatic injury statistics, 51% of people over the age of 55 account for over half, 51% of the injuries that come to our hospital. So it's not just over 65 or over 85. It actually is a higher percentage over the age of 55. And then traumatic death mechanism of injury, of the traumatic related deaths that occur at our hospital, 80% are related to trauma, and the death is related to a fall. So what are the causes of falls? And again, what can we do about them? What everybody needs to do may be different depending on who you are, where you live, and what you do. So risk factors. There usually 2 or more risk factors interact to cause a fall. You might have a combination of poor balance and low vision. For me, I actually have several risk factors, but my number one is that I'm not paying attention, okay? And then also I felt that not turning on my light when I went downstairs was a big fact. I like to tell people that are in our class, our fall prevention class, you know, you can have the sun and the moon and the stars all in alignment, and that's what causes the fall. So maybe if you take the sun and or the moon out of that equation, you may not fall next time. Home or environmental risks play a role in 50% of all falls. So if something that's happening in that home or your environment contributes to that fall 50% of the time. There are modifiable risk factors. There's biological factors that are modifiable that you can change. Weakness in your legs, mobility problems, problems with balance and poor vision. You can do something about that. Behavioral, some people psychoactive meds. Many people take 4 or more medications. Risky behaviors, that's me, I have risky behaviors. And then inactivity actually is a risk factor to falling. There are environmental factors, clutter and tripping hazards, maybe not having stair railings or grab bars. And then again, one of mine that's modifiable was poor lighting or no lighting at all. So the fear of falling can cause people to restrict their activities. They're going to say, oh, I can't do something because it might make, I may fall. People often restrict their activities because they think it's going to reduce their risk of falling. Restriction in activities actually leads to falls, and that falls and fear of falling are controllable. You can change that fear. You can change that concern and allow yourself to feel that you can do something to prevent falling. Changing your environment to reduce fall risk is also controllable. So a majority of falls occur during routine activities. Well, it's easier now, we have cell phones, but getting up to try to answer the phone, walking to the bathroom at night also can lead to a fall. Going out to get the mail, tripping over clutter or pets. That's a big issue, okay? I had young kids. I had a son with big shoes, big feet. My husband has big feet. And they were always around. I can't tell you the number of times I tripped over them. So it was a challenge, and it still is a challenge to get my husband to put his shoes in the closet. Inactivity, again, is a risk factor for falls. What inactivity does is it results in a loss of muscle strength. If you don't have muscle strength in your legs, that contributes to your loss of balance. You also need to have flexibility in your lower extremities, your ankles, your knees, your hips. Your ankles are what actually take care of and maneuver you while you walk through terrain. Your ankle reports to your brain what adjustments to make. If you have very rigid or inflexible ankles, that can contribute to a delay in that communication to your brain or a lack of communication altogether. So inactivity results in loss of muscle strength, loss of balance. It can compromise your social interaction. It can increase your risk for isolation. It can lead to depression, and it can lead to anxiety. So fear of falling actually contributes to falling. It puts us into this cycle of increasing. When we think we're lowering our fall risk, we're actually increasing our fall risk. Other risk factors for falls as we age: poor vision, taking more than many medications, poor nutrition. I once had a nutritionist tell me, and I really believe this is true, that protein, if we limit our protein leads to building your muscles, and your muscle strength builds to strength, and strength leads to balance. So make sure you eat good nutrition and make sure you eat enough protein. You can have gait and balance disturbances, osteoporosis, and osteoarthritis are other risk factors for falls as we age. So vision, our vision changes. The most common changes are due actually to the reduction in our pupil size, which it causes the loss of focusing capability. The pupil controls the amount of light that reaches our retina. Because our pupil size as we age gets smaller, it doesn't allow us to receive enough light. We receive much less light at that retina. So here it says, which is really, I think, amazing, the eye of a 20-year-old receives 6 times more light than that of an 80-year-old. And in dark conditions, a 20-year-old receives 16 times more light than the older eye. So in the dark, it's like you're wearing, if you're older, it's like you're wearing sunglasses. It's important to get annual eye exams and also to rule out any diseases of the eye. Use bright light during the day and use night lights. I still have night lights in my bathrooms from when my kids were growing up because it lights the way for me. Be careful with new medications. Always ask your doctor or pharmacist if that medication can cause drowsiness or make you unsteady. It's really important, and talk to them about maybe there's a better time of day to take that medication if you really have to. Seek medical attention if you're taking blood thinners, even aspirin. Minor falls or injuries can be serious. And eat healthy. It's important to eat a healthy, well-balanced diet in order to maintain your strength. Remember, protein feeds your muscles. And something that for some reason as we get older, people don't drink enough water. And I'm very guilty of that. I don't like water. I force myself to, but right here, I have my Gatorade. So I try to drink fluids during the day. Please drink plenty of water to keep yourself well hydrated. It's good for your skin, also good for keeping your system flushing and can prevent infection. And then we have gait and balance disorders. They're common in older adults and can be the cause of major falls. Most changes in gait are related to underlying medical conditions. They should not be considered inevitable consequence of aging. Tell your doctor about any falls you have or any difficulty with gait or balance so appropriate treatment can begin. If it's not an actual medical condition, maybe you have you're not active enough, and maybe you need to think about maybe an exercise program or increasing your activity. But talk to your doctor to rule out any medical conditions. Osteoarthritis, it affects 27 million Americans at least. It's a wear and tear of life, and it's generally associated to aging. Us weekend warriors, we're wearing and tearing on those joints. It is characterized by a breakdown of cartilage, the part of the joint that cushions the ends of the bones and allows them to move easily. As that deteriorates, the cartilage deteriorates, your bones begin to rub against one another, and this can lead to stiffness and pain. So it makes it more difficult to use that joint, and it leads to falls. If you have stiffness and you're not utilizing your joints, whether it's your hips, your knees, your ankles, you will not be able to have adequate strength, flexibility, and adequate balance. Treatments can include medication, maybe some pain or anti-inflammatories. If you need joint replacement, and I know people hate to hear this, but weight loss is really important. Our weight put huge stress on our knees and our ankles. I'm sorry, weight loss is something that can help when it comes to osteoarthritis. And then physical activity increases strength and flexibility. If you do have forms of arthritis, maybe talk to a physical trainer or a physical therapist through a prescription from your doctor as to the appropriate types of maybe exercises that are good for someone with arthritis. Osteoporosis, most common metabolic bone disease in the US, and it's characterized by low bone mass. It leads to the increase in bone fragility. It's most frequent in elderly white women. It is considered the silent thief because it may not become apparent until there's a fracture. It's really good that over a certain age, they're starting to do DEXA scans because that can identify osteopenia, which is a pre-osteoporosis, and maybe some things can be done at that time to stave off or delay that disease. So here are some important things to keep in mind to help prevent the risk of falls. Plan ahead. It is very, very important not to rush. You know, I have seen people fall because, you know, someone may feel very comfortable walking forward, but have they kept up their ability to go side to side? Have they allowed their legs there are side to side exercises so that somebody's rushing, they keep going, and all of a sudden, oh, I forgot something, and they will go very quickly. They will take a turn to change directions, and guess what? Boom, they fall. Doing leg activities, keeping your legs strong, you may allow yourself, if you turn, you may be able to catch yourself. But planning ahead is really important. I tell people this all the time. When I was in high school, I always took my clothes out the night before, what I was going to wear, because I did not want to rush and be late. Well, guess what? I still do. I still do it to this day. I put my clothes out for work every night, so that because I get up at 4:45 in the morning. So that way I'm not rushing. I'm able to feed my dogs. I'm able to take them for a walk, eat my breakfast, check the weather. I'm able to get everything done and not feel that I'm leaving late. So I put my clothes out. That allows me to plan ahead. So it's really important to plan ahead so you're not rushing. Keep a phone nearby. We all have cell phones now. So people, keep your cell phone with you. If you go out for a walk, make sure you have your cell phone. My father used to live at a retirement community that had a walking path that went through a foresty area. First of all, he wouldn't tell anybody he was going for a walk. Second of all, he did not have a cell phone at the time. This was a long time ago. So I used to have to, finally I told him, I said, you need to tell somebody at the front desk when you walk out the door that you're going for a walk. Because you know what? The passing deer that see you on the ground are not going to be able to tell front desk to call 911. So, but now people have cell phones and they can take those with. Also, you might want to do an emergency response system if necessary. Clear the way. Oh my goodness. Keep stairs and walking areas free of cords, shoes, clothing, books, magazines, and other clutter. I talked about the shoes. We always had problems with the shoes at the doors from the garage and at the front door. My husband still was keeping 2 to 3 pairs of shoes next to the bed which was right where my dresser was. So there were several times that I tripped over his shoes trying to get to my dresser. So I said to him, you need to put your shoes away. They need to go in the closet. And he said to me, well, what if there's a fire? And I said, well, if there's a fire, you do not need 3 pairs of shoes. So I said, okay, keep the 1 pair of shoes and shove it under the windowsill, not next to the dresser where I go to get my clothes. So we resolved that fall risk for me. Pets, they can be a fall hazard. They spill water or food. My dogs dribble water, they drink, and then it dribbles with them from their mouth. There are toys all over the house. They may jump, and you know, try to train them not to jump. And they can be difficult to see, especially at night. If you have animals that lay by your bed, that's why it's very, very important to have a night light. So if you have to get up, you will see them. And also pets can be hazardous as they get older. If you take them for walks and you're walking with them, they might not be able to see things, and things may make them jumpy. I have had with our Matter of Balance class, I had a couple people come to class. One woman came with 2 black eyes. Her dogs were older and took her down because they couldn't see what was happening and they thought there was something in front of them. Get help if you need to remove clutter and clear the walkway. Get help if you need it. It's very, very important. You know what? I'm a firm believer. I have everybody doing things for me. I pay someone to mow my lawn. The only thing we have left, we still shovel our driveway, but I have everybody else do everything else. I'm a firm believer in having everybody else. That gives me time to do other things in my life that I enjoy to do. So get help if you need it to remove clutter and to clear your walkway. Slippery when wet. All right, the bathroom. Use non-slip mats in the bathtub and on the shower floors. Install grab bars next to the bathtub, shower, and toilet. And wipe up spills immediately if you can. Even in, especially like in the kitchen and in the bathroom, because slips can happen and you will fall. Night lights, yay. Light the pathways in your bedroom, hallways, and bathroom. If you don't like them on being all the time, there are motion detector night lights that will only go on when you actually get up. I got into a fight with my father. He used to turn the nightlight off that I brought him every time I pick him up for lunch, for breakfast every Sunday. The nightlight would be pulled out of the wall and on the counter. And when I finally said to him, why are you not using the nightlight? He said, I like it dark. So I realized he needed something that actually it's dark. And once he would get up, the nightlight would turn on. Yeah, we live and learn, right? Throw rugs can throw you. Use only throw rugs if you have to, with rubber non-skid backing. Always smooth out wrinkles and folds in carpeting. Even if you don't get severely injured, it can put you out of commission, for 6 to 8 weeks. So it's very, very important. We have known older people that maybe have wall-to-wall carpeting, then area rugs, and then throw rugs on top of the area rugs. And you try to get them to get rid of them. My coworker used to have her aunt, she would put them away, the throw rug, the area rug, and just have the wall-to-wall. And every year when she came back to visit, the rugs were back. So I know you like it, but they can be very, very dangerous. And tread carefully. Stairways should be well lit from top to bottom. There should be easy to grip handrails installed along the full length of both sides of the stairs, okay? And be very, very careful. You know what? You don't need to carry that laundry down the stairs and not be able to use your hands. it's already dirty, throw it down the stairs. Or some people get bags that have pull strings, put it in a bag, hold the railing with one, and either throw the bag down the stairs or you can pull it down. But there's ways to make adjustments. So tread carefully when you do go on stairs. And then ladies, don't wear these shoes anymore. I know you like them, but wear well-fitted shoes. And sometimes these Timberlands do not allow you to feel your feet very well or use your ankles. So wear sturdy, well-fitted footwear. And remember, alcohol can make you unsteady. So be very careful. If you have a drink at night, do it before bed. But be very, very careful. Watch your alcohol consumption. Phone a friend. Daily check-in with friends or relatives. You know, just what we see. Also consider maybe a medical alert system if you spend a great deal of time alone, or always make sure you have your cell phone with you. Damage, the most damage is done when people are not found after a fall. They weren't able to get up and maybe they're found, 2 to 3 days later. That can cause internal damage. So it's very, very important never to allow you to go more than a day with people not checking on you, to make sure that everything's okay and that you don't need anything. And exercise. If you don't like the word exercise, just say activity. Set realistic goals to increase that activity. If you're not doing anything right now, maybe you do take a walk. Don't go, okay, I'm going to work out 5 days a week. No, you won't. So don't set unrealistic goals. Do things that you know you'll do and that you'll enjoy. And walking is good exercise. So just maybe you want to increase the number of days that you walk or the distance. It's very, very good. It's the key to increase your strength and balance. You can't go from not doing anything and go, why don't I have any balance? Your legs, if they're weak, contribute to the lack of balance, okay? So we have very, very important reminders. Plan ahead, okay? Make sure that you're not rushing, that you're paying attention, okay? Exercise. Increase that activity level. I remember once I was at a local library that had a senior group, and one of their participants was actually on Oprah. This was like 22 years ago. And she started working out at the age of 40, and she was now 86, and she was still doing exercises appropriate for her, using hand weights. It's never, ever too late to start to exercise and increase your activity. Please take your time. Please take your time. Rushing, and again, for me, rushing is my biggest fall risk, because I'm not taking my time and I'm not paying attention. Ask for help. One of the worst things we do in the pursuit of independence, we think we're maintaining our independence, is we do things that actually put our independence at risk. Don't do that. Don't, ask for help. It's okay. We all do it. I ask for help all the time. I don't care. Use night lights, okay? I'm still using them. My kids are older. They've been out of the house for 10 years or more, 15 years, and my night lights are still on. Install grab bars if you need them. If you don't have them, avoid throw rugs. Get rid of them. Or if you do have to have them, make sure they have a good backing so they will not move, okay, with you. Wear sturdy shoes or shoes that fit you well, and set realistic goals, like I said, to increase your activity. Don't set yourself up to fail. And also, You have to enjoy it. Doing activities has to be joyful, and you have to want to do it. So if you love to walk, walk. If you love to ride a bike, ride a bike. Find ways to continue the activities that you love. It may not be the same, it may have to have some adjustments, but continue to do it. This is a fall risk assessment, and they, I'm trying to take a look at it. Hopefully you can see it, but these questions, if you've checked any of the boxes above, please review the fall prevention checklist with your doctor, friend, or family. You could have a higher fall risk, if you take more than 4 medications, if you've fallen in the past year, if you wear floppy slippers or a long bathrobe. Guess what? Flip-flops are called flip-flops for a reason. They flip and you can flop. So, and I'm guilty of flip-flops. I'm trying not to wear them anymore, but they are not good. Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Do you have trouble walking without holding on to something? Do you have trouble getting in and out of a chair? Very important to keep your legs strong. You know why? It will help you to get up from a chair or off the toilet for the rest of your life. That's my goal. So keep those hamstrings and those quadriceps strong, so you can get yourself up from a sitting position. Do you have trouble with your balance? Do you have throw rugs? Do you have stairs inside or out without railings? Do you have clutter in your walking space? Do you have trouble seeing pathways or pets? And are you concerned about falling? Answering yes or checking any of those means that your fall risk has been elevated a little bit. And it's important to evaluate, to take a look at those things and maybe how you can make some changes. We do here at Advocate Good Shepherd Hospital, we are a master trainer site of the National Matter of Balance program. It is an 8-session class that teaches participants how to manage their concerns about falls. We learn different strategies of fall prevention that works best for that person. Everybody's different, and everybody's going to have different things that they may need to look at to lower their fall risk. And we also introduce activities or exercises that increase physical activity, improve strength, flexibility, and balance. This is a national program. So you can go to it's a Partnership for Healthy Aging or Maine Health website and look up Matter of Balance and find where there might be a master trainer site in your community. If you're in the McHenry County area, there are other classes. We hold class, however, they are virtual right now. So we have not been able to do in-person classes since the last class we did in person was January of 2020. But we have been doing a couple virtually. I'm hoping in the future we're going to get back to in-person. So if you're not in the area, the local area, go to the website for Maine Health Matter of Balance program and see if you can find a master trainer location in your community. Thank you very much for allowing me to present on this subject. I again am the Senior Services Coordinator at Advocate Good Shepherd Hospital, and this presentation has been put on by our Trauma Services Emergency Department, as well as our Fitness Center. So thank you, and I think we're going to take some questions if anybody has any at this time.
Hey there. Hi, Sue.
Hey, Jennifer, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
You too. Thank you for presenting for our Expo.
You're welcome. I enjoy doing it every year.
We enjoy it too. So speaking of falling, we have, oh my God, how many people have we talked to recently that have fallen? Especially in the summer with this lovely heat.
Yeah.
It is so terrible. Do you have any suggestions of things that people can do to protect themselves a little bit better? Maybe like listen or.
In terms of, I think that possibly what people don't realize, and I think it was in our presentation, is falling happens in your home or in your, immediate little area 60% of the time.
Right.
So it's really important to pay attention. Some people are always like, well, that's too difficult. Or, I've had people gardening and they don't have a chair near them and they don't have proper, like a kneeling bench. And they stand and they garden and they do things that put themselves at a really high fall risk. And then if they fall, they don't have any way of getting up.
Right.
Or letting anybody know. So this planning ahead, if you're going to do outside summer activities, is really, really important. Make sure that you set things up so that you're safe. Yes, go to the store and buy the things that you need.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't want to put the effort, or we're rushing, I got to get this done, and they just do it. And so we fall. So you're outside a lot more, and you can, sidewalks are not always, even
Yeah.
or taken care of. I've had people fall off of their sidewalks or their steps or gardening, and they break their ankles because they fall. So pay attention. If you can do anything, pay attention and plan ahead. If you're going to do activities outside, especially if you're going to outside activities and you're walking on uncertain terrain, events, because we're outside more now, even with the COVID mitigations, wear proper shoes and just pay attention to walking. I've had a couple people, my daughter lives in Colorado. She hikes with hiking sticks. I use them when I go out there. I take them from her and I use them. If you're going to be taking walks, use a walking stick, use a cane. I've had people get, staffs like Gandalf had in Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Use things that are going to provide you with the support you need.
And what
It's
about,
worth it in the long run?
do you suggest that they always keep their mobile phone on them or an Apple Watch or something just in case something happens?
Always.
Okay.
Always. Put your phone in your pocket. I think before, people were not used to that. Some people have emergency response systems. Some will allow you to go a distance, others will not. So now that we have those cell phones, very, very important.
I've had people walking to their mailbox and fall and laying there because they couldn't get up and they forgot their phone. And that's okay. I'm just going to get the mail. Yeah, but stuff happens. How can you plan it?
I've had several people that have had serious falls. Even, somebody I knew was trying to sneak out and have a cigarette, which you're not supposed to do. But unfortunately, she fell.
Yeah.
And terrible consequence of that fall.
Sure.
So
for sure. We did have a comment that says, this was an excellent presentation from Mary Schlee. She's a very nice gal. We love her.
Yeah.
I am moving to a house, and this is a great reminder of tips to build a safe home environment. See, perfect timing.
Yeah. You know what? It's worth the hassle. I think that's the problem. We don't want to take the time to do these things. And in a split second, your life can be changed. Whether
it's not for the good.
You fracture something and maybe you're just healing for 6 to 8 weeks. Do you want to be out of commission or out of work or, not being able to take care of yourself for 6 to 8 weeks, or much more severe that actually changes your quality of life?
We get those calls, unfortunately, too. We did get one more comment. It says, from Nancy Richmond, be careful going from a bright outside area to the inside darker environment. That visual change is a fall risk, 100%.
You bet. Very good point. You bet, because that pupil is not, like it said, if you're going outside and all of a sudden going inside.
Or inside out, to the brightness too, right?
It's, huge. So, and you can't wear your sunglasses all day long. So.
No. I have a problem going down the stairs. So when I go down the stairs, I need the light on and I have to be able to see the stairs or I trip. It's
Well,
fun
I have-
getting older.
Yep. And I always, my times I have fallen, I have missed the bottom 2 stairs because I'm not paying attention, whether I'm not thinking or I'm looking beyond where those stairs are. And I mean, I can stand on 1 foot and balance and close my eyes.
Yeah.
And I still have fallen. So it's the title of the program, A Matter of Balance, is just that. It's a matter of balancing all these parts of our life. Part of it is up here,
Right.
and part of it is our body. And so it's a combination and our environment, and it's how we balance all of that. And it's so worth just being sensitive to it.
100%. The one thing I always tell my older adults, and I'm an older adult now. I'm 52. I'm not old, but I'm an older adult. And stairs.
You're a baby. Okay, go ahead.
I'm a baby. I've had people say, I'm going to live in my house. I want to live there. I'm whatever, they're in their 80s or 90s, and they have stairs to the basement to do their laundry. And I'm like, no,
Right.
absolutely not. You cannot be carrying the laundry basket down or up and be safe. It's not happening.
Mhm.
I think that if you want to stay in your house, you're going to have to ask for help doing your laundry because
Right.
it's not safe.
Or-
and stubborn. People are stubborn.
If you have the resources, I know people that actually have remodeled their home, my brother and sister-in-law, and their laundry is upstairs
Yeah.
on the 2nd floor.
Yep.
So,
Even better.
yeah.
Oh, and then
It's-
Nancy Richmond says, how many falls are related to rushing for a robocall? They need to be outlawed. I agree with that. I hate robocalls.
Yes.
Thank you,
Well,
Nancy.
you know what? Which is nice, my cell phone says scam likely.
Yep, mine too.
Yep,
And then
so
my
I don't
phone-
even have to pay
I
attention.
won't even get it. It won't even let it come through because I blocked them. It just
Right.
says possible spam and it won't even ring.
Right,
I
right.
love that. But we need to protect each other. Thank you so much for coming on today, Sue. And hopefully we'll see you in the expo in one of your, avatars.
Nice to see you as always, Jennifer.
Take care.
Miss
everybody.
you.
I miss you too. We'll
Okay.
see you again.
Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Hello, Mr. Peter.
Hey.
How are
Thank
you?
Jennifer. I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
Good. I'm excellent. So for those who are still with us here on our live stream for our expo, we have Peter Perez here from Gamer Jive. He's our expert on our virtual world. So if you've not been on our virtual world, now is a good time to take a look at it. He's obviously in a very cold place because he's got a fire going.
It is much colder today than it was over the weekend.
Oh, you mean when it was 90 and a billion degrees? And oh, that was terrible. Now we have these storms, which are crazy. Crazy. So would you like to do an overview with me so that we can, there we go.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. So I am sharing my screen currently, and what we've done here is created something that can exist over the browser, and also with an option for a desktop app to be downloaded. This gives direct access to, what feels as close to in person without the like touch, smell, and having to, really travel through an open world and do it from the safety of your home. Obviously, it's a very challenging time right now, and we want the accessibility to be as great as we can, while also creating meaningful connections with other attendees of the expo, other exhibitors that can exist within this space. And so what I've done is I'll be sharing my screen, and Jennifer, I'll follow your lead. I'll head wherever you'd like me to. In order to show like how this platform will give you direct access to share your webcam and your microphone.
Excellent. So right now we're at the reception desk. Let's go see Elderwerks booth. Where is that?
So I'm going to scan my camera around. Here we go. Let's head the other way.
As we all get dizzy. Oh, look, there's people at our booth. Let's see who's here. I think that should be Tamara.
I hid their names.
Oh,
Here,
that's Emily.
Let's bring them back.
There. Yeah, that's great. That's exactly how she looks in real life.
She changes her hairstyle very frequently.
I think she should make it pink.
Imagine she does that in person as well.
She's dancing for you.
Oh, this is brilliant. So I have now stepped into the booth here for Elderwerks. This is what I'll do here is just give a brief tutorial on how we built out this platform so that communication can exist with other attendees. Right now, just for the sake of this demo, I've muted my microphone and really just will focus on like the communication here to the audience over the live stream. But if I were in this booth, I'd be able to have a conversation over webcam, have, be able to use text chat and say hello to anyone who was inside this space, and also get more information within the booth. If I didn't feel like talking to anybody and I just hadn't finished my cup of coffee yet, because honestly, I haven't, then you could just click through on the information that's inside the booth and really just download that information. Here within the back of the booth is a slide presentation where you can go through each of the slides and get more information, perhaps about the schedule of the event, or maybe where you can get more information to find the directory. Pointing to other resources like heading to elderwerks.org so you can get more information there. You will not be lost within this experience. You will have plenty of people to talk to. And one thing that I will point out, which is exceptionally critical about using these online resources, that you're only a click away from talking to somebody in order to get some questions answered about this experience. So what we've done is underneath the Help tab, give you access to speak to an actual person about any questions that you have. And you can even talk to somebody before you get in here. And I'll just share that as like a real quick PSA. But getting back to the booth and some of the activities that exist here is that you do have access to web links that exist on the desk. I'm just simply using my mouse, hovering my cursor over these green icons on the desk, and I'm getting a tooltip on where those are going to point to on the web. So getting in here with Elderwerks, if I want to schedule a conversation, I can click on that and start booking up Jennifer's calendar right away.
Please, God. No.
Let's go. I'm just going to start booking away. And then all I have to do is go back to the other tab and I'm back into the event. I actually never left the event at all. All it did is just open up another tab in my browser. So that way I'm able to experience some of the other resources that exist here inside this booth. The next icon, I'll just go through them very quickly, is a video introduction. The next one is articles and guides. And the last one is the Elderwerks website. If I want to learn even more information about this space, all I have to do is click the name of the booth or talk to the attendant that's here standing next to Emily, and I can open up the bio specifically for Elderwerks and get a list of the additional links that exist here. So the tools here are intended to be very simple to use and to give you access to plenty of resources that you would normally want to see if you were attending an expo in person. How am I doing so far, Jennifer?
You're doing great. I like my Alicia Saberla's hat is moving. Did you see that?
Yeah, so she's managed to capture a bird and make it her friend within the event. So congratulations on that, because that's not an easy thing to do.
That's hilarious.
We got a bird that's buried here within the hair of who's our friend? Carol. Well done, Carol.
Carol has a bird too. This is hilarious.
So next, the last portion, or at least the last component of the booth here within this event space, is the pre-recorded video. This does allow you an option to be able to record some of the content or watch some of the content that's been pre-recorded and put in here. So I'll be quiet for a second and we'll watch this.
Elderwerks' mission is to provide senior living coordination, advocacy, and education. We provide information, referrals, and guidance to help older adults and seniors stay home. Or we can help transition into any type of senior living option. As an advocate for older adults, we report abuse, we help families with supportive services, and offer referrals and information. We have many families and seniors walking into our center in Palatine asking for some help and direction. Elderwerks has added many programs to bring a smile to isolated seniors. Safety is one of our biggest concerns. We've had over 100 seniors join our Stepping Out to Fitness Challenge. It's a 90-day challenge to get people up and about, working out for their own health. All of our community programs are supportive in nature.
Excellent. And then I'll save the rest for you to be able to come in here and watch it yourself. So well done, Jennifer, on that video recording. Oh, and we also have some friends that are joining us here in the booth, and you can see their webcams here at the top center of my screen.
Excellent.
And so maybe I can switch gears to some of the fun activities that exist in here.
Let's go ahead and teleport somewhere.
Yeah, all right, let's do it. So the teleport button here exists in the upper right of the corner, which allows for faster travel throughout the expo. Pick a room that you want to go to.
Let's go to the solid gold room.
Can't break it. Let's go. Solid gold.
Yeah.
On our way in.
Fly, be free. I could sing free, but I'm not a good singer.
I think, hey, it's Monday. The first day of the week is usually the most challenging one. So any singing would be a blessing right now.
I don't think so. So this is the gold sponsor room. We also call it the solid gold room. Not all of our resource booths will be attended by an employee of those organizations right now, because we are on from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. daily. That's a lot of time. So hopefully they do have buttons where they can make appointments, or you can also go to their website and interact with them later if you'd like. Yeah. So it's very fun. There's beanbags in the middle if you get tired of walking around. You could take a nap.
Oh, that's a good idea. Whew. Okay, walking through this event, it can wear you out a little bit. Well, luckily we have, a place where we can just relax. What I will do is I do like to kind of zoom out in these spaces to kind of show everyone what the layout is for these rooms. Jennifer, I'm not exactly how many expo rooms that you've built into this space.
I think there's 4.
There is, okay, so there's 4 total for this room, and a lot of them are very similar in appearance, aside from the exhibitor booths that exist within those rooms. Each one will be its own separate chat area, so if somebody is in there, feel free to have a conversation with them. Otherwise, take advantage of all the information that exists within the booths. And at any time, if you have any questions, again, like I mentioned earlier, just reach out to us and you can talk to us and ask anything you'd like. Let us know you're having a good time or a bad time. It doesn't matter. Let us know. We'll be there. You'll be able to talk to an actual person. I might mention this a few times, so apologize to anyone who's been on
No,
the
it's
screen
fine.
since
People
the
do need
beginning.
to know where to get help, right, Peter?
That's right. That's right.
Mhm.
So in here within the room, there are also some activities that exist throughout the event space. Elderworks they have hidden some scavenger hunt items throughout the space, and we will be maybe tracking that on the leaderboard. Jennifer, I'm not exactly sure how we're gonna play this, but
Let's
uh,
see. You got to run
this.
through it. Collect your butterfly. Ka-ching!
All right, got the first one. All
So there's
right.
21 butterflies, and if you collect all the butterflies, you get to go in a special drawing. So
Excellent. Okay, so that's great. So what we've done is created a little incentive for exploration within this expo.
mhm.
Again, it don't feel like it's going to be challenging. This is actually quite simple to use. All I have to do is either point and click on the floor in order to move. But for me, I like to use my keyboard in order to control. So it might look a little bit different while I'm using it. But what I'll do is switch back to, and I'll show you where this is done here under the settings menu. I can switch back to point and click. And so now I'm controlling I'm holding down my left mouse button and my avatar is now following wherever I
But
put
it will
my
make you
cursor
more
on the
dizzy
screen.
doing it that way.
It surely will. The camera will spin around. If you click behind yourself, you'll notice that the camera will auto adjust in order to keep you in kind of a forward facing position. I can scan the room holding down right click and just slowly moving my mouse so I can take a peek around the room.
And every room, I think all of the rooms have up top agendas and such. So if you look at that,
Perfect.
there you go. Mhm. This is the tabletop discussions. We have tabletop discussions daily with our experts. So if you look up there, you can see who, what, where, when, why, right? And those are all going to be taking place in the bandstand room.
Speaking of the bandstand, maybe we should head there.
Yeah, let's go to bandstand. It's fun.
Let me turn on some music because I love the playlist that you've included in here.
Yeah, Emily's good.
All right, so next we're going to go to the bandstand. Looks like there's folks that are already in there getting their dance on. So inside here, we really wanted to make it feel like a community has come together and celebrate. Here at the bar, I'm going to grab a coffee because it's still early for me. I'm on the West Coast, so it can never be enough coffee. Oh, I don't want to forget the scavenger hunt item, so I want to grab that as well. Let me turn this down just a little bit. There we go. And inside this room, there's several areas just for breakout conversation. Grab some drinks from the bar. But I think the best part about this experience is heading onto the stage and being able to dance with our friends. So Maureen and Leisha are already up here busting a groove, and I don't think they're getting tired at all. So they can just continue and dance away. But let's go ahead and celebrate. And I'm going to say hello to them as well while I'm in here.
Hilarious. I don't think you can be bored in this venue.
No. But Jennifer, would you share, what the goal is after the expo has completed? I understand that this will be accessible for anyone to come in if they couldn't make it during the expo.
Yes. So after the expo, we're going to have all of the resource booths there. We're also going to have all of the videos from the presenters from the week available to be seen. So if you missed a speaker, you can come back and watch it at your leisure and come dancing and collect some birds if you'd like. But really, it's about learning. It's all about planning for your future. And this is available in the evenings as well. So you can tour whenever you have time. I know we have a lot of caregivers who just can't be here live, but they can come whenever they have 5 minutes, which is good.
Yes, I love the decorations, by the way. The butterflies, it was a great touch for the scavenger hunt that's kind of spread out throughout the space. And again, I will just share for anyone who makes it into the space and you have any questions at all. There's no tough question. There's no dumb question. We are so happy to answer anything that you would like to learn more about the platform, if you want to be pointed towards a schedule, we will get those questions forwarded to Jennifer and her team at Elderwerks if you have something that's event specific. But you can find some support by hovering over the help tab here on the interface. Head down to chat with support, and you can talk directly to a human to get those questions answered. All right, so where do you want to go next, Jennifer?
I don't know. Where should I go? Silver train?
Let's do it.
Why not?
Here, let me actually zoom back in here before I teleport. Or else my camera is going to get stuck inside this room.
We don't want that.
Let's go Silver Train. You wanted to go Silver Train. I just went solid gold. So here, let's teleport one more time and go to Silver Train. So inside the platform, what we're doing now is just teleporting from one room to the next. We can very much just choose to walk through the door and head to the next room. But for your convenience, we have created a teleport feature. If you have a friend waiting for you in another room and you don't want to make them wait any longer, then by all means, feel free to teleport. But inside here, we have several of the exhibitors. I'll pause there, Jennifer, if you wanted to give them a shout out and just kind of give us a rundown of who's in this room.
Oh gosh, Assured Healthcare Staffing, Friendship Village of Schaumburg. Friendship Village is a CCRC located in Schaumburg. They provide independent, assisted, and skilled care. They're a sponsor of today's event, and they're very active seniors. It's a very nice campus, and they have after-hour, drinking things too, which are fun. I'm all about having some fun. You can stay fit, you can interact. It's really about making friends and getting that support as you age, right? So it's nice. And then we have next to them, we have Belmont Village Senior Living. Belmont Village has 4 locations in Illinois. They all provide assisted living and memory care. The one downtown does also provide independent living. Hello. So yeah, they are fantastic. They're a fantastic group, and they support Elderwerks every year, which is really nice. We rely heavily on our sponsors to be able to bring out good content for our expo and throughout the year. So we appreciate all of our sponsors. And then Assured Healthcare Staffing, they provide healthcare staffing to any senior community hospitals, anyone who needs, like a school nurse. And they also provide CNAs and caregivers for home care. Yeah. I don't know if you want her to talk. I don't know who she is, but she's cute. And then let's see, who's on the other side? Let's see. Oh, yes. Paxum as A+ accredited senior move managers, providing many services to move or stay home well. And then Madigan Insurance Group is a Medicare insurance supplement organization. So that's Vicki Madigan's organization. She's going to be speaking at the Expo as well on Medicare supplements and the differences and such. She's very good at her job. So yeah, we refer to a handful of Medicare supplement suppliers who are neutral. They're all about educating the public. And if you'd like to purchase supplements from them, that's fine too. They'll never say no to that. But their goal is to make sure you're taken care of, which we like because that's our goal. So.
Excellent. Well done, Jennifer. That was a great rundown of the exhibitors that exist in this room. Yes. Where would you like to go next?
Oh, gosh. I don't know. Somewhere else. Let's go to the auditorium.
Go.
Where everybody can listen and watch the educational events live. And we're flying to
yes. And you know what I like? That there's a lot of folks that are spread out within the event. You don't have to be stuck to one particular area. It has a lot of autonomy, and you get to choose where you would like to go. So it looks like we have a couple of folks that are hanging out here within the seat. I'll go ahead and grab a chair, and feel free to share here. This is special thanks to some of the Diamond sponsors.
Yes, that's Horizon Benefits Services, Kerry Espinosa. They are our Diamond sponsor, and they provide Medicare supplements as well. And Kerry was our speaker this morning. Yep. So, yeah, this is just where you can sit and relax and wait for the speakers to come on. Our next speaker, gosh, let's see. Oh, next one is a cooking class. Ooh, yeehaw, 12:40. Now that's in 2 minutes. We're going to have to get off because Robin Ross is going to teach us how to make turkey chili in an instant pot. Yum!
Excellent. And just as a supportive bit of information, while you are in the event and you want to follow along to the live stream, you don't want to miss out on any of that action. finding the live stream is quite simple here in the upper right. If you click this button, you can click play and actually follow along with whatever content is being streamed live over YouTube. You won't miss it. You'll be able to still explore the event space, and you won't have to go back and forth between those tabs. You can keep it all within the same window. All right, next, let's go to, where do you want to go, Jennifer?
I think I have to go because I have to live stream the next presentation.
All right. Well, thank you for letting me jump in and
Thank you,
giving this
Peter.
tour. You're welcome. It's been a pleasure. You have a wonderful day, Jennifer.
Thank you. Stay warm.
I will. I will. The fire pit's still going.
Take care.
My name is Lisa Lipton from My Personal Bookkeeper. The team at My Personal Bookkeeper recognizes that certain financial and household matters are deeply personal, and managing them can be overwhelming even at the best of times. We work alongside our clients to support their day-to-day financial and household needs. The result is a relationship that provides peace of mind and allows them to maintain independence while their families and professional advisors feel confident and secure that these matters are handled properly. We understand the need to provide ethical, confidential services, and we take great pride in consistently delivering these services to every client. Some of our most requested services include bill pay, tax organization, insurance claim management, mail review, and filing. Now let's get to the reason we're really here today. Robin Ross has been a culinary leader at the Kraft Heinz company for over 20 years. She grew up with a family who not only loved to cook together, but relished sharing meals with one another. Robin has brought her passion for food to both her professional work experiences, first with the Levy restaurants, and currently with the Kraft Heinz company. She is a leader and creator working on menu and recipe development, new product development, as well as mentoring and coaching new talent. Nothing gives her more joy and pleasure than to share a table of good food with family and friends. Today, Robin will be giving a brief overview about how to use an Instant Pot for those who may not be familiar with the appliance and would like to learn more about how it works. Then she'll be demonstrating how to make turkey chili using the Instant Pot. It's time to get cooking. Please welcome Robin.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for being a part of the Elderwerks Expo this August. We have such an exciting week planned, and my name is Barbara Rosenberg. I'm an Elderwerks care consultant here with my very dear friend, Robin Ross. And one of the things that is so important to seniors and to children of seniors and family members is healthy eating. And we thought we would take the time to learn a little bit about a fun recipe in a fun piece of equipment. Without further ado, Robin Ross.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to share one of the passions I have, which is cooking and feeding my family and friends. I was introduced to pressure cookers, electric pressure cookers, about 3 years ago. And since then, I've been hooked. And I use my pressure cooker for a lot of specific recipes I love to follow and I love to make. And I wanted to share some of that enthusiasm and joy with you as well. I know some people might be familiar with what these appliances are, and others might not be so familiar and have always wanted to learn. So I thought what I'd do is take you through some basics, some basics of what is an electric pressure cooker. Some people refer to these appliances as Instant Pots. Both are appropriate. Instant Pot is a brand that makes electric pressure cookers. They're probably the #1 brand That is the type of pressure cooker I have. It's an Instapot. But I wanted to take you through some of the basics. This is not meant to be in place of reading a manuals if you were to purchase one and have one, because there's a lot more to learn about these. But I'm just going to take you through some of the basics, what some of the components are called, and why they're there. So if you were to take your pressure cooker out of the box, what you would find is a lid, you would find a trivet, and you would find what's called a inner lining pan or an inner liner, and then the base Instapot along with a detachable cord that plugs in both to the Instant Pot and to the outlet. All food products go into the liner. Very important never to put food in the pressure cooker without the liner in it, because that's where the heating elements are. And obviously that was not meant to be where the food goes in. The lid is no random lid. It really enables the Instant Pot to work. You'll see on the inside there is what's called a silicone ring that is detachable. It comes out and comes in. Putting it in correctly enables the pressure cooker or the Instant Pot to seal completely and hold all of the pressure inside without steam leaking out. So it's really, really important to put it in correctly and to clean it after each use, but it's a very important part of your Instant Pot. What's also an important part of your Instant Pot is this metal floating ring that pops up and pops out. That tells you if the Instant Pot is under pressure or not. And it's very important to keep it clean and to keep it moving very easily. And then there is a toggle which seals when it should seal to build pressure, as well as releases when you're done building pressure and you're at the end of your cook time. And so it fits in very snugly and it turns, and we'll go through that when we actually start preparing this recipe. So what I'm going to do next is kind of show you what all the functions are. What this is really called is a multi-programmable pressure cooker. And what does that mean? It means that this can do a lot of things. It can saute as you would on top of your stove. It can steam if you wanted to steam things. It can build pressure and cook under pressure. And all those buttons are on the front of your pressure cooker. It also has preset buttons. Think of these preset buttons as the preset buttons on your dishwasher, for example. You can wash a full load, you can wash a half load, you can do a quick load. That's what these presets are. It just helps you to, they're already programmed in, so it makes it easier for less thinking, less timing for you to manually plug into your or set on your Instant Pot. What I'm going to do today is to use the saute mode and to put time for how long I want it to saute. And I'm also going to use the pressure cooker button to tell the pressure cooker how long I want it to build pressure for, and then cook under pressure, and then release. So we'll go through all that as we start.
And this just a question. So in terms of the timing for pressure cooking as opposed to putting this all in a pot on the stove, how much time roughly would somebody be saving by having this type of cooking mechanism?
That's a great question. I think it varies by recipe, but it does cut, and I say it varies by recipe because if you're making a big roast, for example, and you're cooking that under pressure, that could save you a couple hours as in comparison of putting in the oven. Some of the quicker and easier recipes that you use in your Instapot, that savings won't be as big. So it can vary from minutes to several hours, depending on what you are actually cooking. Because this cooks under pressure, it gets to a higher temperature than the boiling point. Boiling point is 212. Cooking under pressure, it can get as high as 250. So basically in a pressure cooker, you are cooking at a higher temperature, but the beauty of it, there's no evaporation of the liquid. So you're retaining all of the juices, you're retaining all of the flavor, and nothing is escaping because it's cooked under pressure and it's sealed until you release the pressure.
Do you ever take like an olive oil spray or an avocado oil spray and have to spray it before you start this whole thing so nothing sticks? What are the choices?
Depending on the recipe, I never sprayed anything in it, but I have used olive oil to saute vegetables and things like that.
Great.
Okay, so what we're going to start with is the saute method. We're going to saute some ground turkey today. And so I am going to press the saute button and you'll see it comes up for 7 minutes because I set it last for 7 minutes. So I can either change that to go down or I can change it to go up. So I am going to leave it on 7 minutes. Because I want it to preheat for 2 minutes, and then I want to saute the turkey along with some diced onions for the start of this recipe.
And this turkey's roughly how many pounds?
That's 1 pound of ground turkey, and this is about 1 medium onion that I've already diced. And what we're going to do when it heats up is we are going to saute the ground turkey for a couple minutes, and then I'm going to add the onions. And really just, I want to get some browning, I want to get a little caramelization before I put all the other ingredients in. And that's the purpose for sauteing. If you were to, example, have a chicken piece, like a chicken breast or a chicken thigh, sometimes you would like that browning, sometimes you would like that caramelization. Same thing for cuts of meat. You want to just saute it for a little bit, get it started, get that nice flavor going, and then you would put it under pressure to finish off the cooking. Basically, if you've noticed, I pressed 7 minutes and it says on right now. So if the 7 minutes is counting down, I'm not timing exactly the 2 minutes, but I can hold my hand up here and I could feel that the heating element is on and it is heating up. I will tell you one bit of warning. Anything metal on here, be it the liner, the metal on the side, specifically the metal in the lid, just like if you're using your stove top, and you have a metal pan or a metal handle or metal utensils that are close to heat, they get hot. So you do have to be just as careful with the metal parts of the Instapot as you do with anything else. And so I am going to just add all of this in. You start to hear it. And you start to hear it sizzling, so I know that it's hot. When my 7 minutes are up, the Instapot will beep and we'll know that our 7 minutes is up. So just like I would saute anything else, I'm going to let it sit for a while on the element, and I'm going to let it get that nice color and that nice brown, and we're going to let it saute. And then once this starts going, I'm then going to add my onions because I want them to cook a little bit and hopefully get a bit of the caramelization as well. So we'll just keep this going. And I can see it's it's starting to cook. Do you want to look?
Wonderful. Beautiful. Now we start to cook. Okay. And while we're on that, and Robin's going to be adding the onions, I had a question earlier that I thought would be interesting about seasonings in general. And because Robin's going to get to seasonings and how you like your flavors. Some people, if you want to talk about salt and what your beliefs are about salt and cooking, and flavors.
Sure. So I try to watch the amount of added salt that I put into my recipes. A lot of recipes will call for a teaspoon or some degree of salt in them. And I try to leave those added measures of salt out, at least for the first time that I make it. And I do that because I know sometimes the other ingredients that I'm adding also have salt in them or sodium in them. And so if I know that there is some salt coming from other ingredients, I leave the extra out. And I believe that I could always add it at the end. Okay, so we're going to add this is about 1 medium-sized onion diced. And so I'm just going to add that to the pot.
And the turkey's looking really good. It's a little brown, a little pink. It's got kind of melding with the onion, which is wonderful.
With respect to seasonings and herbs, everybody has their own likes and dislikes. I will look at a recipe and I will look at the seasonings and I will look at the things that I like, things that my family likes. Sometimes if it calls for example, chili powder, and I know my family or might not be huge fans of chili powder, I won't necessarily omit it, but I might use less. I love seasonings and spices. I think it adds just tremendous dimension to flavor. So I tend to be more liberal when I know others that I'm cooking for appreciate that. If I know, especially with grandchildren, if they don't like pepper or things that are spicy, I might decrease that substantially or leave it out so that I can make dishes that appeal to everyone. But truly, I'm a big advocate of the more seasonings and herbs, the better, because I think it adds just so much more flavor.
And on the salt piece, with my question to Robin, is that low sodium is very, very important for seniors and certainly for all of us. But the other point that Robin had made at one time, and maybe you can elaborate on this, that the Himalayan sea salt is good for the end, for taste. You don't cook with it, correct?
You can cook with it, but I prefer to, I like the crunch of crunching into slightly larger coarse pieces of salt. We do use the pink Himalayan salt as more of a finishing salt here. And I think a little bit, because of the size, goes a very long way. And so I tend to use it more as a finishing salt versus putting it in during the cooking process. Right. So that's the beep. That's the beep that says that my 5 minutes are up, or really my 7 minutes. Now, if I felt it wasn't done, which is not the case, I could put it back on and I could add more time quite easily. If you're using ground beef and there's a lot of fat that comes out of it and you don't like that, this would be the time to take it out and to drain some of that off if that's not what you wanted. There's a little bit of liquid in here, but I'm going to leave that because it's not too much.
Nice and brown, the onions are clear.
Yep, so they're a little cooked. So the next thing I'm going to add is 2 cups of chicken broth. Now, I opted not to use low sodium chicken broth. I opted to use the regular chicken broth because I've made some changes on the amount of salt I was added and some of my other ingredients. And I think the regular chicken broth will make this taste very delicious. So I'm going to add in the Instapot my liquid first versus items that are thicker. And I'm going to do that because you want movement in this as it starts to boil and as it starts to build pressure. You don't want anything sticking. And so the looser the liquid on the bottom, the better. And I should point out, if you experience any sticking of food during a saute method, it's best to either deglaze this inner liner before you bring it to pressure, because there is a chance if there's some there is a chance if there's something that's sticking to the bottom and you bring it to pressure and the Instapot senses that the food is not moving, you will get a burn sign on here, and then you'll have to start all over. So you really do want to deglaze it. And once I start adding the other ingredients, I'm going to ask my very lovely assistant not to mix it. Perfect. Because you want that fluidity and movement on the bottom. And once in an Instapot, when you're cooking with an Instapot or a pressure cooker, the mixing happens afterwards. You mix it afterwards. It just kind of stays as is. So right now we're going to add the other ingredients. I have two different kinds of beans. I have black beans and I have kidney beans. And I did purchase low sodium on both of these. A lot of these canned goods come with low sodium alternatives or types. And I also rinse them, which when you rinse your beans, a lot of the juices that were packed in it, obviously come out. And so that also has a chance of reducing that sodium level as well.
And these are canned as opposed to making your own, which is another, it takes more time, but the canned is plenty fine.
It does take another time. And if you don't like this kind of bean, there's a lot of different kinds of beans to choose from. I also have two different kinds of tomatoes. I have diced tomatoes that I'm adding. And I also have crushed tomatoes that I'm adding. So here are the crushed. So that was the diced tomatoes, and now I'm adding my crushed tomatoes, which have, it's more of a puree, less of a piece. The diced tomatoes have the little pieces. And then you can add the vegetables that you want. This is a medium green pepper I'm adding. I am also adding a little bit of frozen corn. I prefer frozen corn over canned corn, but you certainly could use canned corn if you'd like. That is perfectly acceptable.
And everything that she's using is all the same size, small cereal bowl.
Yes.
In terms of how much quantity.
Right. It was one can of basically the crushed tomatoes, the diced tomatoes, and it was a smaller can. It's like 14.5 ounces. It was one can of black beans and kidney beans. It was, I didn't measure the corn. I didn't think, it was the amount of corn I thought would be good. And then the final thing is a small can of tomato paste. And so I'm going to add all of them to the pot. And the final thing I'm going to add is my seasonings. And the seasonings I chose are, our chili powder. I put about a tablespoon of chili powder in here. Cumin, ground cumin, I put about 1.5 teaspoons. I have a little bit of garlic powder that I would say was about between 1/4 and 1/2 teaspoon. And I have a little bit of black pepper, and that was a coarsely ground black pepper, and that was about 1/2 teaspoon. And I'm just going to sprinkle that on top. And now I am going to bring the Instapot or the pressure cooker to pressure. So I have first checked to make sure that my silicone ring is firmly within the channels that it's meant to be in. And I am going to line up. You won't be able to see this, and perhaps I can get a little close, but if you can see that there's a triangle or an arrow in the middle of the lid, and that needs to be lined up with that triangle or arrow that is on the Instapot. And then you turn clockwise to close it. I'll do that one more time. So, and you hear the chimes when you do it right. So you put your lid on and you turn it in the arrow that it says to close. And that's how you know that your Instapot lid or your pressure cooker lid is closed correctly. So we've checked our silicone ring and we put our lid on correctly. There is a little bit of steam starting to come out of that valve that demonstrates that it's coming to pressure. That is very common. As it's building pressure, that valve has not sealed. So it is moving and there's steam coming out. And that's normal. What's not normal, and you'll know you have a problem, is if you see steam coming out around the rim, all around the Instant Pot. And you'll know that that is not normal, and that probably indicates that there is a problem with your sealing ring, that either your sealing ring is old and worn out and not doing a good job, or that you did not put it in correctly. And that's when you would have to press cancel, and you'd have to release all the steam. You'd have to release the steam, and you'd have to wait until the pin is all the way down to open it and to fix that. And then you would have to start again. Now that pin is moving back and forth.
You can smell the fire.
You can smell it.
Amazing.
And I anticipate it's going to pop up and it's going to seal. And then this is going to start counting down from 10. 10 will appear, and then it's going to go to 9.
Wow.
So our pin popped up. No more steam is coming out. Pretty soon, you'll see it in a second. It's going to click on, and probably not a second, probably about a minute. I anticipate the number 10 is going to flash on the front, and then it's going to start counting down to 0. And then the pressure will either manually press quick release to release all the pressure and to turn it off, or we will let it natural release for another 10 minutes. And then we will press quick release to get rid of whatever remaining steam is in there before we open the pot. So we'll wait a couple seconds, and if my pal cooperates, you'll see that it flashes to 10.
Okay, and then we're going to do the big countdown.
And then we're going to do the big countdown.
So because,
you see 10.
There's 10.
So now it's going to count down, and it's going to continue cooking under pressure for 10 minutes. So I didn't time it, but I anticipate it took between 10 and 15 minutes for this particular recipe to come to pressure. We're back. So what's happened is we have cooked this under pressure for 10 minutes, and then we're in the process of doing a natural release. We know that we're in the natural release because the numbers are going up, counted down from 10 to 9, all the way down to 0, and now it's on its way back up, and we're at 8. So we have 2 more minutes under natural release, and then we are going to release the rest of the pressure. We can tell that it's still under pressure because our metal pin is still up. And we can also tell because it says the keep warm button is on, and versus it's not on when it's under pressure. So we're going to wait just a couple more minutes. We have 1 more minute. And then on mine, I just press the button down and you'll hopefully see some steam come up. You may not, because it has slowly been releasing. But what we anticipate seeing is that silver pin go down flush like it was when it started. So since we're so close, we really have probably 30 seconds. What I'm going to do, before I do a natural release or a quick release, I always turn it off. So there is a cancel button on each panel. So I am going to press cancel, and that cancels the time, and it basically turns off the Instant Pot. So I'm pressing cancel and it goes off. Now I am going to stand away. I'm not afraid, but it's steam, and you can see that, and you can hear that the steam is releasing. And notice it's pointing away from me, pointing away from Barbara, and everyone is safe. Depending on how much steam was generated, depends on how long it takes for it to completely empty. So we'll just continue holding. And two things will happen. One, no more steam will come out and you won't hear anything. But most importantly, the metal pin will drop down into its normal place, and I'll know that it's safe to open. Pressure cookers, Instant Pots, the electric kind, should not open. They won't allow you to open the lid if there's still pressure in there. There is a safety mechanism in the actual appliance that won't let you do that. So don't ever try to force it if it doesn't want to open. That means that most likely that there's still steam in there, and it's not ready to be safely opened. So it appears that we're almost at time of releasing. And when I took my finger off of my release, the pin did in fact drop down. So I can safely open my lid. And I will turn it and it opens. You'll notice that there's a lot of condensation in here, and a really nifty place that Instant Pot built for lids to be set down is in these handles. You might notice that there's holes in the handles that exactly fit the fins on the lid, and that's a way of holding your lid in place. And also you'll notice, so that I am stirring it, and this is the time to stir your dish and to incorporate all of the ingredients evenly, and to see the delicious meal that you have just created. And
So beautiful, and it's very hot in there, about 250 degrees.
Yep, and it's pretty hot.
Mm-hmm.
So I have prepared a bowl for Barbara to try, and from a previous batch that I have made, and we have some toppings for her to put on top as she pleases. I have some cheddar cheese, I have some sour cream, and what my family loves doing is crunching up some tortilla chips and putting them on top, and we love doing it because crunchies always give foods a little different taste dimension and sensorial type of dimension, and so it makes it good.
This is a very lovely kind of sharing meal, because all these wonderful condiments can go in the middle of your table. And there's a nice dialogue to this. We chose these 3 things today. You can put avocado on the side as well. There's other things you can do, but I get to taste this marvelous, wonderful turkey chili recipe.
What I love about this recipe too, it freezes well, and that's actually what Barbara is sampling. I divided it into containers, the sizes that I think would be enough for my husband and I to eat for a meal, for a lunch, or for a dinner. And I could just take it out of the freezer overnight, and it's a quick meal for us for either lunch and dinner. And I didn't have to do a thing in order to make that happen, because I made a big batch, and we were able to enjoy it several times during the month.
It's so delicious. I can't even believe it. You can also, you can crumble those tortilla chips down, but you can also use them. It's almost like a dip, where you can just, take a chip and put it on a dip, almost like a nacho. So it's a very versatile, wonderful meal. And thank you very much, Robin Ross.
You're welcome.
For all of your time. And to everyone, we hope you learn some wonderful tricks and trades of pressure cooking in the Instant Pot. And with that, I'm going to enjoy my chip and turkey. Thank you.
Our next presenter, Katie Casey, is an elder law attorney with Dutton, Casey, and Mesoloras. She's also a certified elder law attorney. Today, she is going to be talking about paying for long-term care, debunking the Medicare myths. Please welcome Katie Casey.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Paying for Long-Term Care, Debunking the Medicare Myths. I am Katie Casey, and I am an elder law attorney. And today I am going to share with you many of the false conceptions and myths that my clients bring to me when they come to talk to me about paying for long-term care. What is long-term care? Let's figure that out first before we go any further. Long-term care is really assistance with activities of daily living. These are the things that we need now or are going to need in the future if we have a physical disability, a cognitive impairment, or are simply aging. Activities of daily living are defined as driving, meal preparation, bathing, toileting, dressing, transferring from bed to chair, things like that. The cost of long-term care, whether we receive this type of assistance at home or in a facility-based setting, is largely an uninsured healthcare costs for most individuals in America, which is why paying for long-term care keeps most of my clients up at night and drives them to see me for help. Myth number 1, Medicare pays for it all. I wish it did, but this one is absolutely false. Medicare is a health insurance program. It is, in my opinion, one of the best health insurance programs available to seniors. It covers up to 100 days of skilled care, provided we've had the required qualifying hospitalization. And it pays for some in-home services post long-term care in a skilled nursing facility. But really, it's health insurance. It pays for our doctors. It pays for our hospitalizations. It pays for our surgeries, our outpatient procedures. It pays for pharmaceuticals. And it pays for this very, very short-term rehab following a hospitalization. But it doesn't cover custodial care. It doesn't cover assistance with activities of daily living. The benefit that's available post-hospitalization is really defined as a rehab benefit, and it's contingent on our ability to rehab or our need for rehab, which is not the same as simple activities of daily living. Myth number 2, long-term care insurance is for the young and the rich. Not true. So long-term care insurance is actually the only health insurance policy that pays for custodial long-term care. So just like Medicare doesn't pay for long-term care, it's just basic health insurance. Your average typical Blue Cross Blue Shield HMO, your employer's PPO policy, any typical health insurance plan is not going to cover long-term care. Long-term care coverage is provided through a long-term care insurance policy, which sometimes is available as a benefit when you're an employee, but then expires once you've retired, but is able to be purchased on the private market. And this is an insurance policy which is rapidly increasing in popularity, just like having homeowners insurance, auto insurance, health insurance. Long-term care insurance is coverage for a catastrophe. It is coverage for a disability. It is coverage for a cognitive impairment. It's coverage for potential long-term care costs in the future. There are certain provisions you're going to want to look for if you're considering a long-term care insurance policy. Now, you don't necessarily have to be young to buy into long-term care insurance. There is typically a window of opportunity, often quoted as between 40 and 60 years of age, when long-term care insurance is going to be easiest to get and the most affordable. But the provisions to look for in the policies are getting a long-term care insurance that's combined with life insurance. So there's still a benefit, even if you never claim the policy benefits for long-term care. Premium waivers. Waivers for the payment of the premium after you have started filing claims and receiving benefits. Fixed premiums, premiums that never go up in costs. Spousal portability, where you and your spouse both have benefits and you can share unused benefits with each other. The max daily benefit and the max lifetime benefit. Most long-term care insurance policies have a daily limit, maybe $100, maybe $200, maybe $300. They often also have a maximum lifetime benefit, meaning regardless of the daily benefit, they're not going to pay out more than, say, $100,000 or $300,000 over the course of your lifetime. And sometimes there are limitations in terms of the period it will pay out. For example, the max lifetime benefit must be paid within 5 years, not 10 years. Home care benefits. Are home care benefits available under a long-term care insurance policy? It's a very valuable benefit to have. And care manager benefits as well. The ability to hire and pay for a geriatric care manager as a benefit on your policy. Myth number 3. This is the bad news about long-term care insurance. If I have long-term care insurance, I will never need Medicaid. Not necessarily true. Long-term care insurance is a really, really wonderful way to make sure that we have funds available to pay for our care in certain settings. For example, like in a home-based setting or in a memory care setting. It's a wonderful way of making sure that our assets are depleted on a slower basis than they otherwise be. But it doesn't necessarily mean that our long-term care insurance is actually going to cover the full cost of our care for our entire lifetime. So it is sometimes the case that a client with long-term care insurance will have care needs that are more expensive than the long-term care insurance policy covers because of that max daily rate, and might need care for longer than the policy is willing to pay, meaning we've exceeded the max lifetime benefit. And in those cases, we will be using private funds, or we may need to qualify for Medicaid. So what is Medicaid? Now that we have determined that Medicare doesn't pay for it all, long-term care insurance is great, available to most of us to purchase, but not necessarily 100% guaranteed to cover all of our long-term care needs. What is Medicaid? Why would we need it? Myth number 4, Medicaid is a federal program and it is the same in every state. Nope. So unfortunately, Medicaid is a federal program in the sense that the feds make the rules and supply the vast majority of the money, but the program is really administered at a state level. What that means is that the states get to implement their own regulations and their own processes for how to apply for benefits and who gets benefits and who doesn't get benefits, which means that basically Medicaid is different in small but very meaningful ways in different states, which means that if you have a loved one who is considering crossing state lines from one state to another, you really have to seek legal advice in the state into which you plan to move before you go there. Some Medicaid states are more generous than others. Some are easier to transition to than others. And it's hugely advantageous to know before you move whether you're going to qualify for Medicaid when you get there and how. Myth number 5, Medicaid pays for care no matter where I am living. False, simply not true. So one of the major downsides to Medicaid benefits is that they are not available in every single setting where we could receive care. So just like Medicare only pays for care in certain places, Medicare is only going to pay for your doctors, your hospitalizations, your outpatient procedures, your pharmaceuticals. Medicare is only going to pay for up to 100 days in a skilled nursing facility. Medicaid isn't just going to pay for you wherever you go. Long-term care insurance, on the other hand, very well may pay for you wherever you want to be, which is a huge argument in favor of long-term care insurance. Long-term care insurance can include the home-based benefit, payment for assisted living, payment for memory care, payment for living virtually anywhere. Medicaid is a limited program. It is, by definition, a payer of last resort. And so it only covers very, very specific programs in very specific settings. So for example, one Medicaid program is the Community Medicaid Medical Program. The Community Medicaid Medical Program is a program for people who are living in their own homes or in an apartment. They're living in the community. And it provides basic health insurance, not long-term care insurance, but basic health insurance. And it's a program for people who don't otherwise have health insurance. It's not a program that is utilized as much as it used to be, because now most people who otherwise can't access health insurance privately are able to through the Affordable Care Act. However, some people still require Medicaid medical because they don't yet qualify for Medicare, and they might not qualify for the Affordable Care Act programs, or they might be in between enrollment periods, meaning they have a period where they need coverage, but they're not able to get it through the ACA, and so they need Community Medicaid medical. That's available virtually anywhere you are in the state of Illinois. The Community Care Program is another program which is available for people in the community. So this is a long-term care-based benefit for people, both over 60 and under 60. They're different programs, they're administered at different levels, but they're essentially the same in that in-home services are provided for people who require long-term care in the community. So that's a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, specifically the program for people over 60 is limited in the number of hours that are provided. Community care program hours are typically in the ballpark of about 20 a week, and it does depend on your level of care, how great your need is. I have seen anecdotal cases where applicants have received 30 to 40 hours of in-home services through the community care program. Otherwise, Medicaid benefits, if they're not falling under the Community Medicaid Medical or the Community Care Program or in-home services, they are only going to apply in 3 facility-based settings. One is a setting called and licensed as supportive living. It's a waivered program. Another is a facility which is specifically licensed for intellectually and developmentally delayed people. That's also a waivered program. And then skilled nursing facilities. So those are limited facilities. Supportive living facilities for ID and DD and skilled nursing facilities, those are not all of the facilities that are available to people in the aging community. So for that reason, we have to understand that Medicaid benefits are payable in a very limited setting. We cannot access Medicaid benefits in memory care, which is not licensed as supportive living. We cannot access Medicaid in a facility licensed as assisted living or independent living. Those are not going to qualify for Medicaid simply because they're not licensed to receive Medicaid. Those facilities are private pay arrangements only, or payable through long-term care insurance plans. Medicaid benefits are only going to be available in these distinct settings. Myth number 6, Medicaid is for everyone. Simply not true. So Medicaid has some significant limitations on who can apply and how they can apply and what benefits they're going to receive. So we're going to talk about Illinois because even though it's a federal program, remember we're talking on the state level. So this is all very specific to Illinois. So first of all, in Illinois, we are, in my opinion, a relatively generous Medicaid state in the sense that if you're a resident of Illinois, you're eligible for Medicaid. And being a resident of Illinois simply means that you need to be in the state. You need to be within the confines of the boundaries of the state of Illinois. There's no durational requirement. It's not 5 minutes, it's not 5 days, it's not 5 years. You just have to be here for any amount of time at all. You need to intend to remain here. And there is the problem that if you've got residency established in another state or a home in another state, then you might not be able to establish residency. You'll need to demonstrate that you intend to remain here. In addition to having to be a resident of the state of Illinois, you have to be a US citizen or here legally. That means you need to be a permanent resident. You need to be a lawful alien. You need to be permanently residing here under color of law, and you need some sort of documentation from the US government demonstrating that you are here legally. And then there are the asset limitations. So the asset limitations are pretty strict, as you can see here, which further limits who can receive Medicaid benefits. So certain assets are considered exempt or allowable. Sometimes you'll hear them referred to as not countable assets. If you are a single person, you are allowed to have $2,000 in assets. That's everything that could be cashed in: CDs, IRAs, savings bonds, money market accounts, stocks, etc. You are allowed to have your home, and home is a home located in the state of Illinois. If you intend to return to it, it is occupied by your spouse, a sibling with an equity interest, or a minor or a disabled child. You are allowed to have your personal effects or household goods. You're allowed to have a motor vehicle if it's necessary to transport you, and usually it is, so that you can get to doctor's appointments and things outside. You're allowed to have life insurance as long as the death benefit is capped at a very small amount. And you're allowed to have a prepaid funeral and burial as long as it's established properly through an irrevocable prepaid funeral contract. Which always leads to myth number 7. I can hide my assets in a safe deposit box or in the sofa and they will not count. So don't even think about it. Personal property. While you are allowed to have personal property and household effects, items that are acquired or held for their value or are an investment are accountable. So for example, if you've got gems, precious metals like gold bars or silver ingots, or jewelry, family heirlooms, collectibles sitting in your safe deposit box or in your home, which are insured on your homeowner's insurance policy, Medicaid is going to notice that you own these things. First of all, if it's showing up on the homeowner's insurance policy as a thing of value, then it's going to be countable for value. If it is artwork that's purchased, it actually has a provenance, it's going to be considered to have value. Contents of a safe deposit box, nothing is safe simply because it's in a safe deposit box. Safe deposit boxes need to be inventoried and appraised, and the value of the contents is considered countable. So no hiding anything in the safe deposit box. Myth number 8. This is one of the biggest deterrents to people even exploring the idea of whether they qualify for Medicaid for assistance, and that is, I have too much income to qualify for Medicaid. It's almost always false. I think in the 20 years that I have been practicing law, I have encountered 2 clients, who had enough money in income each month through a combination of a very nice pension, a very nice disability policy, and a long-term care insurance policy. All of those sources of income combined, consider that long-term care insurance benefits are income coming to you for the payment of your care. Only 2 instances where all of those sources of income combined were more than the cost of care. So you have to keep in mind that the income eligibility rule for Medicaid is generally, in a facility, is the cost of your care more than the value of your income? And 99.99% of the time, your income is going to fall far short, particularly in a skilled nursing facility. Not necessarily in a supportive living facility because they are not as expensive, but in a skilled nursing facility where average rates in the Chicagoland area at least are anywhere between $8,000 and $15,000 a month. Most people simply do not have the income to pay for all of their care. So what if you have $9,000 a month in income and the cost of your nursing home care is $10,000? You qualify for Medicaid based on income at least. If your income is $9,000 and the cost of your care is $9,100 a month, you qualify for Medicaid at least on an income basis, simply because the cost of your care is exceeding the value of your income. Myth number 9, and the one that keeps spouses up at night. If I'm married, I am going to lose everything if my spouse goes to a nursing home. And this is simply not true if you plan ahead. So first of all, by virtue of being a spouse in the state of Illinois, spouses do fall under a rule which is called the spousal support rule. Essentially, you are responsible for supporting your spouse. You're responsible for their medical care. There are, however, exceptions under the Medicaid regulations, which are sometimes referred to as the spousal anti-impoverishment rules. These are the rules that attempt to prevent a spouse from being impoverished by the cost of their spouse's care. So first and foremost, we've got the rule exempting homestead property. So if our spouse in the nursing home, we'll call them the institutionalized spouse, the spouse in the nursing home, if they own property, whether we, the community spouse, we'll call us the community spouse, whether we have an ownership interest in that property or not, if we are residing in it, the property is not countable. So we might not even own our spouse's property, but we are living in it, and it's not countable because we are living in it. And we are entitled to actually transfer title of that homestead to ourselves as community spouse, because Medicaid essentially acknowledges that a community spouse, needs a place to live. So the homestead is not only exempt, it is also transferable to the community spouse. Income is also protected. So a community spouse, first and foremost, is entitled to keep all of their own income. In addition, if the community spouse's income is less than $2,739 a month, the community spouse is entitled to take as much of the institutionalized spouse's income as necessary to bring them up to $2,739 a month. So let's say my spouse is in a nursing home and I am making $2,000 a month working at the law firm in order to provide for myself and my spouse. My income is not enough to cover the cost of my husband's care. He's not working, so he no longer has income beyond Social Security disability. Let's say he's getting $1,000 in Social Security disability. I'm getting $2,000 in employment income. My spouse is getting $1,000 in disability income from Social Security. I am allowed to take $739 of my spouse's income to supplement my $2,000 in income, so that I have $2,739 a month in income. If I can demonstrate that I need more money than that on a monthly basis, I can request a fair hearing to get that $2,739 a month increased. I can also go to court and obtain a court order for support or maintenance. If I've already been divorced from my spouse and already have a court order for support or maintenance that exceeds that amount, the department is going to have to abide by that court order. Let's say my income is $3,000 a month and my spouse's income is $1,000 from disability. I am not going to be able to take anything from my spouse unless I have health insurance premiums that bring my income below the $2,739, in which case then I can take some of my spouse's income. The only allowable deduction from my income are health insurance premiums. As a community spouse, I also get to retain certain assets, and this is the anti-impoverishment rules governing which assets a community spouse is allowed to keep. So the standard rule is that a community spouse is allowed in the state of Illinois, and again, this amount varies state by state. Even though the anti-impoverishment rules are coming from the feds, every state has a different asset allowance number. Ours in Illinois is $109,560. That allowance includes essentially everything but the house. So the house doesn't count, right? The house is exempt. Homestead is exempt. The $109,560 is essentially everything else. All of the savings, all of the IRAs, the retirement assets, the CDs, the checking account, all other assets combined. Maybe there are business assets, maybe there's other property. Everything else is added up into that $109,560. Anything above that is going to be considered available to pay for care and is going to be considered part of a spend down. However, there are some exceptions to this rule. So first of all, a court order can authorize the transfer of more than the $109,560 to the community spouse. So if the institutionalized spouse has more money than that, and I have not even anywhere near that much, I can go get a court order and say, you know, $109,000 is just not enough. I'm only, let's say I'm 54. Let's say I've got 3 children who have yet to be put through college. I could go to court, make an argument that at my age, regardless of my earning capacity, I cannot make ends meet on $109,560, and argue to the court that I deserve more. And if the court believes me, and if the court enters an order authorizing a transfer of more than the $109,000, then Medicaid has to abide by that order. There's another exception, which is very interesting and very heavily favors spouses who keep their assets separate. And it favors the spouse who is wealthier than the other. So let's take this scenario where this exception would apply. Let's say we've got 2 spouses, one of whom came into the marriage with $300,000 plus a house, and the other spouse who has moved to a nursing home, who came into the marriage with only $100,000 in assets. And let's say they came into this marriage with that amount of money, and they never commingled their money. Perhaps it's a second, third, fourth marriage. Perhaps they just never commingled, or what they did commingle was minor. It was just their little household checking account. The spouse in the nursing home has got $100,000 in their name. And so they are going to need to use that amount of money in order to pay for their care. The spouse who's in the community has $300,000 in their name, and they could utilize the exception called the refusal to support exception in order to keep their $300,000. And that exception essentially allows them to state that this is my money. I do not intend to use it for my spouse in the nursing home. My spouse in the nursing home has their own money, and I need this money for myself, and so I'm not going to use it to pay for care. And if the spouse in the nursing home assigns their support rights under the state of Illinois, remember we've got these support rights where you are entitled to support from a spouse. If the spouse in the nursing home assigns their support rights to the state of Illinois, then the state has to approve them for benefits. And so the spouse in the community gets to keep their $300,000, and the state then has the right to ask the community spouse for a support payment to pay at least a portion of the cost of care for their spouse in the nursing home. So this exception essentially allows spouses who have more than the $109,000 in their name alone to keep the excess without having to spend it down, as long as they comply with all of those rules. Myth number 10. I can give all of my money away and still qualify for Medicaid. It's a bold statement. Is it true? It depends. Sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. So the general rule is, and most people are aware of this rule, you cannot give away anything in the 5 years preceding a Medicaid application. This is a 5-year look back. And the policy and the whole point of it is to make sure that people aren't just dumping assets left and right, specifically for the purpose of qualifying for public benefits. So within 5 years of filing for a Medicaid application, the general rule is you cannot give any money away. Obviously, therefore, it means that any assets given away more than 5 years before an application is filed aren't counted because they're not even seen by Medicaid. They completely fall off that 5-year look back period. But is it true that you can't give anything away, even in the 5-year look back period? The answer is that some gifts, some transfers within the 5-year look back period are not considered allowable. They are not allowable, and others are actually allowable. So let's talk about the ones that are not allowable. A non-allowable transfer is one where you're giving something away and you're not receiving anything in return. It's called a transfer for less than fair market value. It's where, to give you an example, you give somebody a car worth, maybe the Kelley Blue Book value is $5,000 and you charge them $1 for it. Or maybe you just signed over title entirely. It's a gift. You're not getting anything in exchange that even comes close to fair market value. That's a gift, and that's not allowable in the 5-year look back period. Most of those gifts, which happen like that, and they typically happen when we are doing something nice for somebody else. That's typically how these non-allowable transfers occur. We're giving a gift to our adult child for their wedding. We're giving them $2,000 for getting married. We're paying for a portion of their wedding. We're paying for perhaps a grandchild's private school tuition. We're helping an adult child who's temporarily unemployed. We're giving money away to people because we're nice. Those gifts are not allowable in the 5-year look back period, and they will cause a penalty, which essentially means that the money has to come back. At least a portion of the money has to come back. If we need Medicaid, we apply for it before we actually get the benefits. So we will eventually get the Medicaid benefits, even though we've made those gifts, but the benefits will not pay out to us until the money we gave away is returned. Some gifts, however, are actually allowable. And in addition to being allowable, they are really, really recommended and appropriate. So let's talk about the ones that are allowable. These are gifts that can happen at any time, including the day before a Medicaid application is filed. So it's not just within the 5-year look back period, it can literally happen the day before a Medicaid application is filed. The most important allowable transfer of assets of them all is the transfer of exempt homestead. We do not want to make people homeless. So a transfer of homestead property is a transfer of the home, which is occupied by somebody, such as a spouse, a minor child, a disabled adult child, a sibling with an equity interest, or a child who's considered a caregiver child. We'll talk about that in a minute. We are allowed to transfer that home from the institutionalized person to the spouse, to the minor child, to a disabled child, to a sibling, or to a caregiver child. Now, sometimes that transfer can happen because the person in the nursing home, the applicant, is cognitively fine and can sign off on that transfer themselves. Sometimes it can happen through the use of a power of attorney for property that allows gifting powers. And sometimes it requires a court order where a court orders the transfer of the home to these people. Spouse is pretty self-explanatory, right? Minor child, pretty easy to figure out. Disabled adult child, what is that? A disabled adult child doesn't even have to be living in that home. It could be any adult child anywhere, as long as they have been determined to be disabled by the Social Security Administration as a disabled person, then they qualify for this transfer. A sibling with an equity interest means that the sibling actually has their name on title in some fractional share. And a caregiver child, this is an interesting one. So a caregiver child is a child, now not a stepchild, not a grandchild, a child either by blood or by adoption who has been living with the applicant in that home for 2 years immediately prior to the nursing home placement. So what does that mean? That means that the caregiver child has residency in that home. They are living there. They're not living somewhere else. And the applicant, who's now in a nursing home, didn't live anywhere else other than in the home with that caregiver child for 2 contiguous years prior to going to the nursing home. And there is demonstrable proof that the caregiver child provided nursing home level care for that parent, which can be pretty easily demonstrated if there's a diagnosis of dementia. Other allowable transfers include literally any transfers to or for the benefit of the community spouse. So, again, even the day before an application, money can be transferred from the spouse in the nursing home to the community spouse. It's never too late unless the application's already been filed, at which point it's too late. They're not countable. So, interestingly, you've got this 5-year rule, right? And you can't just give money away to children or friends or loved ones. You can't give money to a non-married partner. You can't give money to, a grandchild, a stepchild, or anyone else who might be important to you, but you can give literally anything to a spouse to whom you're legally married at any time. Transfers that were the result of a court order, such as a divorce, where a court is ordering the transfer of assets. Transfers to a blind or disabled child of any age. Ooh, let's stop here. So, essentially, an applicant could transfer all of their wealth and still qualify for Medicaid, even though they're giving away all of their money within a 5-year look-back period. If that money, if all of those assets are going to a blind or disabled child of any age, if that transfer is essentially being transferred through a trust created solely for the benefit of that disabled child. So that's huge. That means that if we have a disabled adult child, if we have a disabled child of any age, if we have a blind child, we can give them not just the home, but we can give them all of our assets as long as it's transferred appropriately. We are also allowed to transfer assets into a supplemental needs trust for our own benefit. And this is a little tricky because that transfer is allowable in Illinois only if you're under the age of 65. It's questionable as to whether it's allowable if you're over 65. The technical rule is that you're not allowed to do it. If you're over 65, there seems to be some exceptions to that rule in certain circumstances. And other allowable transfers are transfers that are made, exclusively for a reason other than, to qualify for benefits. So a good example of that is where somebody has given away money without having any possible indication that they might need Medicaid. A stroke is really the best scenario for that. Dementia, we have a good idea that we're probably going to need long-term care and potentially Medicaid if we've got a dementia diagnosis. But if we have a catastrophic stroke, no prediction, no warning, and before that we have given some money away, typically that transfer would not be considered a non-allowable transfer because we did it without having any idea that we would need Medicaid benefits. Myth number 11. So speaking of caregiver childs, can you pay your daughter to be your caregiver and still qualify for Medicaid? The myth is that why couldn't you? Of course, I can pay my daughter to be my caregiver and still qualify for Medicaid. It's very nice of my daughter to take care of me. She should be compensated for doing so. And the answer is that simply it just depends on how you do it. So frankly, the biggest mistake I see my clients make is that they want to compensate their family members for providing care to them, but they do it informally. They pay them in cash, they pay them through PayPal, they just write a check for caregiving, and there is no underlying employment contract. There are no income taxes withheld or deductions made. It's a completely informal, really entirely under the table relationship, and Medicaid doesn't permit that. So you are permitted to make payments to caregivers who are related to you by blood or marriage if there is a personal care contract established before the services are provided and paid for. This cannot happen retroactively. This must happen prospectively. So the personal care contract is really an employment contract, and the employment contract essentially says, I, care recipient, I am the one who needs to be cared for, am paying my adult daughter and son-in-law to care for me. And these are the things I expect them to do. They are going to maintain my lawn. They are going to live in my home. They are going to be with me for at least a certain number of hours a day doing grocery shopping and meal preparation, laundry, and medication administration. They're going to accompany me to doctor's appointments, things of that nature. So as long as everybody signed this employment contract, and as long as the caregiver is keeping a receipt of what they do, essentially a timesheet of everything they do and each payment they receive, then it's allowable. So my recommendation is have an employment contract. It is absolutely right to pay family members for caregiving. It is, I think it's estimated that the unpaid caregiver economy in America is worth billions and billions of dollars, all made up of people who are providing care for free. And when they're providing care for free, they are not saving any money for their own retirement. They are not paying into Social Security. Similarly, when we are paying people without the income tax, without the proper deduction, we're not getting our Social Security credits for our employment. We're not paying into our Social Security benefit or our potential disability benefit. So it's important to pay people properly for caregiving. Having an employment contract is quite simple. Keeping timesheets and logs is relatively simple too. And the income tax consequence has been massively simplified into simply submitting one additional filing with your tax return each year to demonstrate how the deductions and the tax payments are made. If we don't have that employment contract in place, or if we have it in place but we're not keeping the time logs, then the payments that are made to friends and family are considered essentially gratis. They're considered a gift. They're penalizable by Medicaid. So very, very important to have a contract in place. Myth number 12. And after I've shown you how little you can actually own in assets and still qualify for Medicaid, many of you might be thinking Medicaid is for poor people. And this is false for several reasons. So to take you back to the origin of Medicaid, and I think the reason this myth exists is that Medicare and Medicaid came about at around the same time. And Medicare was a program, it was a health insurance program, which was designed to ensure seniors who had worked. They had worked their whole lives, they had retired, and at a certain age, typically it's 65, but it's going up every year, entitles them to a health insurance benefit to take them through their old age. Medicare was not available for people who had not worked and not paid into Social Security, which was a huge problem for many people who simply could not afford health insurance. Thus the myth, Medicaid is for poor people, because Medicaid was designed to give coverage, basic health insurance coverage, to people who could not otherwise afford health insurance. So what has happened in America? Most health insurance has become relatively affordable, really only recently through the Affordable Care Act, but long-term care has not become affordable for anyone. So the Medicaid program has essentially become a long-term care insurance program for the vast majority of Americans, including middle class and what I would consider to be wealthy Americans who would, because of the cost of long-term care, become impoverished in short order. So Medicaid isn't really for people who are already poor. Medicaid is for people who are likely to become impoverished by the cost of their long-term care. And this is why so many of my clients have to consider Medicaid eligibility, even though they are middle class or wealthy individuals and couples. When they receive a diagnosis that could jeopardize all of their saved assets and could easily be completely spent down on the cost of their care, they need to plan for Medicaid. Another reason why Medicaid isn't just reserved for poor people is because there are people on Medicaid who still have assets, and there are people who are eligible for Medicaid even though they still have assets. And there's a good reason for that in some instances, not all, but some. When it happens correctly, it should happen for these reasons. Number one, the person on Medicaid cannot sell the asset they own because it's a fractional interest. So imagine you were one of those unfortunate people who bought into one of those, real estate insurance trusts, and you bought maybe 1% of the trust. You're one of thousands of other people in this real estate insurance trust. The thing isn't making any money anymore, and no one's willing to buy your 1% interest. Or perhaps you bought a 5% interest in a partnership with a friend, and that partnership is really struggling and you're not really getting any money for it, and no one's going to want to buy it from you. Or here's another example. Let's say you own, with your 10 cousins, a cottage in Wisconsin, and none of them are going to buy it from you, and you can't put it up for sale because none of them want to sell it. Or maybe there's one lone holdout who won't sell. You're stuck. You're stuck in that Wisconsin cottage. Medicaid is not going to count those assets against you. They're considered fractional interests, and because you can't sell them, you're still going to qualify for Medicaid. And thank goodness, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to pay for your care or be cared for. Real estate that you've got listed for sale, which hasn't sold yet. So we're not currently experiencing this problem because of the real estate market that's going bonkers currently. But back in the day when I first started practicing, this was a really important rule, because at least half of the clients I had needed Medicaid, even though they owned a home, because they could not sell their home. The home was, full of clutter. The home needed to be cleaned out. The home would take 3 months to go on the market just to get it ready to go on the market. And then it would languish on the market for a year because the real estate market was so bad. Well, fortunately, there's a rule that says that you can qualify for Medicaid. Your application should go in, it can be approved, even though your real estate hasn't sold yet, as long as it's listed for sale and as long as you're making good faith efforts to sell it. Now, you should not be on Medicaid if it's just sitting there and you haven't listed it and you're not even trying. That would be a violation of the rule. But if you are actively trying to sell it for fair market value, you can't falsely inflate the price. If you're trying to sell it for fair market value, then the fact that it hasn't sold yet will not be held against you for your benefits. And last, and most importantly, non-countable assets include assets which are held in a supplemental needs trust. And a supplemental needs trust is one where the money is available to be used for the Medicaid recipient, but it's not countable by Medicaid. So We also call it a special needs trust because it's extremely special in the fact that it could have $50,000 in it. It could have $300,000 in it. It could have $1 million settlement we received from a personal injury action. It could have lots and lots of money in it, but it is not countable for Medicaid purposes. And so all of that money can still be used for the benefit of the Medicaid recipient, but it can't be counted against them. They still receive their Medicaid benefits. So in that regard, you could be on Medicaid, but otherwise relatively wealthy considering the amount of money in your supplemental needs trust. Myth number 13, Medicaid means living in a bad nursing home. And this is simply not true if you plan properly and get good advice. So first of all, let's keep in mind that Medicaid will pay for care at home to an extent and in a supportive living facility. But if we need to be in a nursing home on Medicaid, then we are not necessarily going to be in the bad nursing home if we've planned properly. And the way to plan properly is like this. So first, we need to acknowledge that the vast majority of nursing homes in Illinois do participate in the Medicaid program. You just can't walk into every nursing home in Illinois already on Medicaid. So many nursing homes have a private pay requirement before admission, where you need to make an investment in privately paying that facility before you can then apply for Medicaid. So in the very same facility where you're otherwise receiving exceptional care and paying potentially $15,000 a month for it, you can convert to Medicaid eligibility once your private pay commitment is met. What does that require? It requires planning. It requires that you plan ahead, that you expect to need Medicaid at some point, that you plan accordingly, and that you plan in advance so that you still have some savings, you still have some long-term care insurance benefits, you've still got time to make a private pay commitment before you require Medicaid. This really favors people who are willing to look at the numbers, and that's a hard thing for us to do, particularly when we're in crisis, but to look at our financials and to acknowledge what they are and to plan accordingly really does pay off. Sticking our heads in the sand and not looking at the numbers and waiting to the last minute when all of our assets are gone is really the hardest way to make sure that we get quality care. So you can get quality care on Medicaid. And as I like to say to my clients, why not be, if you can plan ahead, why not be in the best facility possible when you run out of money? Why be in a bad one? Be in the good one. If Medicaid is going to pay for your care, I'd much rather Medicaid pay for good care than bad care. Just takes planning ahead and getting some good advice. Make sure you consult with Elderwerks or a private geriatric care manager or a good elder law attorney in getting good advice about how to plan and where to live. Myth number 14, and this will wrap it up. I hear this one from time to time, and that is, I don't need a Medicare supplement once I qualify for Medicaid. And yes, you do. So let's all keep in mind that Medicaid is a health insurance benefit of last resort. We want our Medicare to stay in place always, regardless of our Medicaid status. So even when we need Medicaid, the reason we want it for the most part is to pay for our long-term care, not to pay our health insurance. We want to keep our Medicare in place for our health insurance, and we want to keep our Medicare supplement in place for our health insurance. And we only want to rely on Medicaid to the extent we have to for purposes of paying for our long-term care. You are allowed to deduct the cost of your Medicare premium and your Medicare supplement from your income before it has to be paid, either spent down or paid to the facility. So there is no good reason to get rid of your Medicare or your Medicare supplement. Keep them in place. And with that, I'll conclude and we'll turn it over for any questions.
I keep pushing buttons. I should stop pushing buttons. Hello, Katie. You're muted, just so you know. I don't know if you can hear me. Katie? I don't think she can see me either. Uh-oh, this is no good. Let's see if I can. Let's see here. See if we can get any questions asked. Hello, Katie? I think we're having some technical difficulties here. All right, that's no good. All right. Well, folks, we're having some technical difficulties with Katie Casey's microphone. We can see her, but we can't hear her, which is no good. As they say, not a good place to be. I'm going to try to add her again. Maybe we can get her on. Katie? Can you hear us? Uh-oh. Hello? I'm going to wave and see if she sees me. Can you hear me? Can't hear you? Uh-oh.
I can hear you now.
Oh, there you are. Yay. I'm like, hello.
I'm here.
I'm so sorry. It is chaos. At least you're the last presentation of the day, and everybody likes our attorneys, right? You're one of our favorites, and so we appreciate. It's true.
Thank you.
You know, trust at Elderwerks is hard to gain, but once you've gained it, right? We do trust you, and we trust your expertise, and you help a lot of our families. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I can say you help so many of ours too, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate it.
Oh, that's our goal. Helping seniors. That's what you do too. So I don't see any questions, but in terms of the legal world, I'm sure there's lots of fun things we can talk about. We have a game after this, so we'll have to. By the way, I don't know if anyone watching knows this. We have bingo at the end of this week, and it's all about our speakers.
Oh my gosh, how cool.
So hopefully people have been watching and listening and learning, because you're an answer, and they'll have to figure out which one.
Oh, that is so neat. I want to play too.
You can win fabulous gifts, fabulous prizes. So I know that we contact you for a lot of our difficult families, that, and not that they're difficult, but the situations they're in are difficult. One of my biggest concerns is elder abuse. I know you didn't touch on that. And I know that with Medicaid, we've had a few people that were taken, if you will, by children, adult children or caregivers. And then they're trying to move into a facility because they have cognitive impairment or whatever, and they should have had funds, but they don't. What do they do? What's that process look like?
That's an excellent question. And we encounter that problem frequently too. So oftentimes a senior is being assisted or helped by an adult child or another family member or a friend. And in that assistance or in that help, they are divested of assets. And sometimes the assets transfer in what looks like a legal way. Oftentimes there's even a lawyer involved in the transfer of assets. So it can happen under the table, in the sense that it's not legally sanctioned, no other professionals are involved, money is just being taken or diverted, or it can actually happen on top of the table for everyone to see in a way which appears to be legally sanctioned and professionally guided. But a lot of those transfers are not appropriate, and a lot of them actually qualify as financial exploitation. And it's hard to know whether it has been done appropriately and whether it hasn't been done appropriately. And some of the key factors are, was the person who took the money, were they acting under documents that are legally valid? Did the senior know what they were signing if they signed what are otherwise legally valid powers of attorney? Or was the senior at the time under an incapacity? Were they mentally incapacitated and not aware of what they were doing when they signed those legal documents? Another question is, when this transfer happened, were there any documents used at all? Or was it just the senior giving the money? giving the money.
Yeah.
And again, the
Mhm.
question comes down to, did the person have capacity? Did they understand what they were doing, or did they not understand it? Was undue influence involved? Perhaps the person did understand what they were doing, but they were under undue influence. A really common tactic, which I see time and time again in these situations, is if you give me your home, I promise to take care of you forever, and you will never have to go to a nursing home.
That's
Very
terrible.
common strategy. And it's really, really effective, unfortunately, because many, many seniors are terrified of having to leave their home. And so they will transfer resources, they'll transfer cash, they will also transfer title of their home to somebody who promises to care for them. And what do we see happen? We see that a lot of seniors can't live at home, even with a full-time caregiver. Many caregivers sort of abandon ship at the last moment when the going really gets rough. And what do we do when that senior hits a nursing home and has been divested of their assets? They've given away resources. What do we do now? How do we
Right.
qualify for Medicaid?
Mhm.
So there are actually a couple legal strategies which are pretty effective, one of which is through a chancery or a probate proceeding. A guardianship proceeding, too, can assist in what is called a citation to recover assets.
Okay.
It is a legal proceeding where you file a petition from the judge alleging that somebody wrongfully benefited from the senior, that they ended up with assets that they should not have. And the court actually has the power to return all of those assets.
Oh, that's good.
It's great if you can get the assets, right?
Yeah.
It's great if those assets haven't left the country.
Right.
It's great if those assets haven't then been dissipated. So sometimes, what we'll see happen is a senior will deed their home to an exploiter, and then the exploiter will go get a mortgage, take out all the equity. And even if you can get the house back, you can't actually get the equity back because of that subsequent mortgage. So there are problems with it. In a good case, you can get something back. In a bad case where you can't get anything back, there is fortunately this regulation in the policy manual and under the administrative code called a hardship waiver. So a senior can apply for a hardship waiver in a Medicaid application. And we've had to do it ourselves, where the money that's been taken is not recoverable.
Right.
And clearly it happened in that 5-year look back period. So the money is gone. Medicaid counts it as a gift because it wasn't exchanged for fair market value, right?
Right.
And we say to Medicaid, essentially, I like to be able to show we've made some efforts to recover it. A police report is super helpful. A report to Adult Protective Services is super helpful, particularly if you can't afford to go to litigation, to open
Right.
a guardianship or chancery to try to retrieve those assets. And we argue to Medicaid and say, we have made attempts to get this money back to the extent that we can afford to do so. There isn't money to pursue expensive litigation. This senior is going to be out on the street if they're not approved for Medicaid. That qualifies as a hardship waiver, where
Well,
Medicaid forgives
Yeah.
the divestiture, the transfer, because of the harm that's going to result to the senior in being kicked out of the nursing home for lack of Medicaid eligibility.
That's crazy. So what happens if the senior is by themselves, they have no assets, no income, and this happened to them? What do they do? Or who can help them because they don't have income to hire an attorney?
That's a real problem, and that would be a very good case for legal assistance. They would qualify for pro bono legal services
Okay.
in that regard. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate that not everybody's good humans, but at least they have us, and we like it when you can go after those people.
It's really fun too. When we have the chance to do it, it really is. It's fun too.
Good. Yeah, they should get payback, and there's a place for them, just not here.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I really like the accountability, and I strongly encourage my clients to make police reports and APS reports, Adult Protective Services reports, because, too often we can't pursue litigation. And even when we can, the people are often judgment proof. So we can't always recover assets. But I have this theory that people who exploit seniors often do it repeatedly. Many of them are professionals.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. And I see these tactics time and time again in these cases I see. And I truly believe that when I'm able to stop exploitation in one family setting, the person moves on to another. And which then just leads to further victimization. But if there are reports made,
Right.
if, before hiring a caregiver, or, if that your parent has made a new friendship, or, you have a sibling in the family who's now moved on to, Aunt Jane after, taking advantage of mom, if you can make reports, then people are trackable.
Yeah.
And at some point, I think the justice system will catch up and
I hope so.
and start doing something on a criminal level.
Well, we do report financial exploitation and elder abuse. We do report any negativity like that to APS and the police departments and social workers. We get as much help as we can do. We don't have teeth. We can only, try to guide people to do the reporting. And since we're not a witness, we can't really do a lot of reporting. We have to have the families do it.
A lot of people aren't even aware you can report. So, particularly, people who aren't mandated reporters aren't aware that there's an adult protective services.
And it's anonymous.
System. Yeah, it's anonymous, and anyone can make a report, and it really does have consequences. A mandated part of the mandated reporting requirements with APS is that within 30 days of the report being made, a face-to-face interview has to occur with the alleged victim, the person who we're alleging has been victimized. So it does result in an investigation. And even if that investigation doesn't result in recovery of money, many times it actually uncovers other issues like, food insecurity,
right,
housing insecurity, cognitive impairments, just basic quality of life issues that otherwise wouldn't have been, brought to the community's attention. And APS can actually implement services to address those. Yeah,
that is good. I like that. At least they can help a little bit. Now, one way to protect some of those assets, it would be to just really use a trust, wouldn't it?
You know what my advice is to families? The best way to protect your loved ones is prior estate planning, where you name responsible people as fiduciaries, but you go one step further. So in addition to having the estate plan in place with responsible fiduciaries in it, you start involving your responsible fiduciaries in your life before you lose the ability to manage your own life. So if let's say you've named your adult daughter as your trustee or your power of attorney, but you're still able to manage everything just fine right now, if you start involving that adult daughter in maybe a monthly family meeting where you go over, this is what's happening with the checking account, this is what's happening with the finances, this is the contractor I've got coming to the house to do the roof, this is what we're doing, about the plumbing in the bathroom, just sort of a family meeting where you involve that fiduciary in advance. That adult daughter is going to notice mom's met an unsavory, I don't know, person, somebody's taking advantage of her. Or they might notice that, why is mom suddenly giving $500 a month to my brother? What's going on with my brother? They might notice that mom's losing the ability to remember to pay her bills in advance of somebody else coming in and saying, oh, let me help you pay your bills. So an estate plan is a great starting point, but I love it when my clients start involving their trusted fiduciaries in advance of losing the ability.
You're basically saying communicate with your children. Hello, or your fiduciary, whoever.
Yeah, your trusted partner, your trusted friend, whoever that person is, you involve them in your life early on.
Right.
As you're aging, so that by the time, if you come to a point where you can't manage things, they're already involved. They already know what's going on, and they're going to notice things going wrong before they really go off the rails.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for your time. I know you're a busy lady. I appreciate you. I really do.
Oh, thank you, Jennifer. It was so nice to talk to you.
You too. We never get to talk.
I look forward to bingo.
I hope you can join us.
Thanks.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Going to be doing Name That Tune. So you're going to have a lot of fun with this game.